Lihkaa kohta hier. Noga. Okei, nää. Just. Lihkaago huipajas. Juiskiko helt roksel. Ne sulli kasku. Kanske vauvallis. Okei. No, tällä ei ole juisk vaapatsille. Tuon saat volymon pitchään papajas. Saat piahtien, mä amanuudelle tiira aldella. Saat pitch tiira voisiko. Okei, mohtal juisku. Lägohtaa. Haluu. Macka dalle ja. Haluu. Aga vot, jälle tiekko. Saata koppitsi patsi livanta.
ett. Fine. Ett, to. Hallå. Hallå, 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 hallå. Päivi, Olmo. Hello, very welcome to this conference. Puolusportintaan konferenssi. Mun ammalle mahti sikku valju, monen tietty johonkin konsulenta läpi Sami Allaskuvlas. My name is Matthias Sikkuvalio and I am the information officer here in Sami University of Applied Sciences. First of all, practical things. Practicalas assi alkos, tulkon rustika. Misle Sami gilli kanal okta, englas gilli kanal kokte. There are two channels if you need translation. The first channel is in Sami, the second channel is in English. So you can all get headpieces if you need. Puhka sahtu takkari viedja päljepilttui ja vaadjude tulkkusa. As I now will continue to speak just a little bit, I will speak in Sami language. Talko jotkandele saamikilli. Ta uksa takko, le hähtä uksa, jos joka tahpohuva ja mi shadda bahtari, tälle tietä lagamus hähtä uksaan jolga olkos ja de juatka tuossa genguulu. Nubbi hähtä uksalle takko, tas olkos ja de jolgan lahti badjel tälle väl hähtä uksa jolga olkos. Te väl muittuhan tan rovtusiittumi oino skärpmas. Tilehpä odjon programma ja tan programmas le tiedotioske, mutta ta äile aitpas rekta, jos haalia sihkarasti varrasemus, oddasemus, tiedu tälle tat rovtusiittus. Ja tälle Sami Education Conference kokte tuoha tiedjano lohkai jokkis Weebly jokkis.com. Tal alkos mi alkahit tenjalagin ahte vähän väl movta. Tan rieftes voimmi ja movtagauna ja tälle joikama kokte. No mun piftan tal taas alkos ingurante Antte Mihkala teihke. Antte Mihkal kaup. Puolusportin teihke laitesti ja rohtesti.
Olo kiitos. Kiitos Mahte. Joo, mun laalo hauski oudanbukti min arpivillas taitaka joikama. Mas mun ääne musta perustan ja maittai manne pirra läppe Allaskuvlas ohpahan. Te heive kutsie puolispohtima. Muht ohtaa touttus, huitouttus luulin. Mannamalle Sami äänen tuottarat ailuhas rohkille. Rahkadan milsasta kvalkiape. Sami äänen tuottarat tan Sami maana roftu. Kala makarraa kärkikieska. Liekka liinna salla. Voitait kolle tuottarit. Tai jauri silpa naastit. Sami maanai tiuras roftu. Ällin nahpe jolli. Sami nandon taritan. Sami maana roftu. Kalmagarra kärkykyt. Kale nasalla. Höjon alu alu jon alu jon alu. Hey ala Kolle tuottari tai jauriselpana asti. Sami maanai teuras ruoftu, älin nahpötjolli. Hajolen luujoluna, oloin luua. Ai luulen luulena, ai luulen luulena. Ja tämän koulutus heiväke huomaa tuottari pirraa, kiitos ahtas, tuotsko kielä kalot niissä. Mohtomi tiehtähätte viitti saamista hänelle, kun se tuottarat toppelemaan hallaa vaari ja alla kaissat merakolluin. Just rappelet tuottarat ja oi naa vartosi. Kuutakäi nu lähdään riihka storimus suohkan ja teoske takkasuohkan, jos vertillä hietsas luohti ja teinna vel liikipuurispohtin kuusside luodille pitsan Juhan Antiseira aihkalas olmospuolse tuolli tuojan ja noin. Kouta kennu kale jongolla eloon kale jongolla eloon kale jongolla eloon kale jongolla ja rekkodaka tane nannalte ja rekkodaka tane nanvuolte nan kouta kennus kale jongolla eloon kale hello, ko juoli tuva, ko juolka chajo, ko ruugali jo, ko kesse, namin kivate jo, ja rohto luottaa vel chako jo, hello, ja tien tajausesti ihmide taas. Poltsutuallulle, kiitos. Poltsutuallulle storimus ealaus tansuahkanis. Ja te Filip Hollende Sami Allaskuvli ja Allaskuvlahan te avulan viihtokammalla jäki muhtun jäki taas outal ja tälle taas luohti Challojuunnan avukirja nuohte puohkat talpeesti chuovulit tahle alle alkis luohte takan suoja. Jähteli tuossa tatsate saanit ja mi olle visotte ustaavaitsala talmannaat. Muistan vaarui voi nalkki täällä patsi, mitä uollin haju puhka ja Sami Allaskuvla, johkea ollu nuorai, lollin talvi nuorein ja nuoretan maittai. Hei ja laillein luilla, hei ja laillein luilla, hei ja laillein luilla. Sami Allaskuvla, Sami kousonasti, laitesta min jehpi hoi veishaly jo. Hei ja laillein luilla, hei ja laillein luilla, hei ja laillein luilla. Sami Allaskuvla, ohpa heitsi tahka. Journalista ei tuo jare ja kiellä tsehpi, hei ja laillein luilla. Hei ja laillein luilla, Sami Allaskuvla, hei rauha puhmaittai, Poatsot allu joikan ja moihtalemi. Ja laileiluilla kuloiluilla. Sami Allaskuvla, universitetan shatta. Sami pohte aiki ja Sami kousson asti. Hei ja laileiluilla, hei ja laileiluilla. Hei ja laileiluilla, leiluilla. Hei ja laileiluilla, hei ja laileiluilla. Hei ja laileiluilla, leiluilla. Vuore, kiitos, alle muu vuoro taas kielä. Joo. Kun mun varkaan kirjallisuolente jousset on verran tulokko huhta arvailusa. Niille hui Sami arvailus. Ja studenta takal taappivarraa kullanke lämmäs muluhte. Niitä lää. Chile eska pelletakus. Mutta pare niillä jo ollen tuottari ja mehtsai. Niitä lää. Kuossi hoidus tälle maantepäivän juttasi vastaavuusa tiessä ja mun puolen vasta lohpakäsin konferenssa järrat. Joo. Tälle miessimannu ja tälle hirma karraa kalma kovii kirra. Mutta anke miesaajat läht riekaadan ja ain riekaadit. Ja almaa pohtso lähkima pohtso pohtima haka mie varalyhtsi taatte. Sulliin logi tuha jaki aiki tälle puoltsu ruukali taitta tuutakitta eätnamitta ja olmo suuvutan ja tani monekon lohpahi alttuluulin millä arvivylläis luohtima ja nohpan ietsän perresis tseetsiksi. Oi omalto koulun jolkiralle ja Kole messian torbovisit ausai nousi jaska katsai na meija tolle jututtari merakului nongo ja le roukkaasta junongo nongo.
No, talde vuori olmo min rektori, Sami Allaskuvla rektor Gunvor Gutton. Årets sportinlägg.
Kun nämä on ollut seuraavan tämän konferenssi, mikä Sami uudiskonferenssa kuitenkin tiedän. Outat, kun juotkään viidasaput. Te siiväsin tiin, että he tuon, että tuon mai kietstä tokko siitui ja saavattu skihpärikin tjohkadu paltas. Suomä ainit tämän konferenssassa. Toivomisku shadda puolelle konferenssa. Ja den lakai ko olmus voi strauhkaa puolelle pieivi puohkaja. te jo rohpää vähän, ta miela mai tarpsa, koko alkaa luonnohalla ja juovit tiedui. Sami oppuskonferenssa tällä kohtseluvun reutan uonju iemialmui uoppahuusas ja tällä takkar luophan konferenssa, kuefti johkäsas projektas, millä kohtseluvun Sami määnäi aikumusat. Mai Sami Allaskuvlalla Tjalahämin, Norka tutkan räädi tutkan ruutaveemin. Ja mai vuotsamanuensa Ylva Janno Knytti lälämäsän maslää son projekta joli häggi. Ja tät konferenssa tällä riihkaikaskasas iemialmui konferenssa. Ja misla puhutaan kuhkimätkälät kuessin. Ja mun saavan tikkiä erinumetsi puhdas pohtima. Tiikkiä kalkabet tuolla saakkavuorui. Tässä puhdas pohtiin tikkiä. Tosto ja erinumetsi saava puhdas pohtima sähmäi maita. Ja nuko antimihkal tässä jo alkai. Te komi orrut täppe huilahka luontu. Te tieduske täällekin lästöerra saakkaan aalo. No, te ei pääse vettään merkisitan täälläkin mii läpi läädällä. Tän aikolaas. Mutta täppelää maittaa olmot miehtää Sami puhtaan. Ja lää hui sooma, että maittaa miehtää Sami pohte ja servet tän konferenssi juori tiedui. Puhdas pohtiin tikkiä maittaa. Ja maittaa min kranja riihkain, tahviriihkain, lähpuhtaan olmot ja häälivit juovut tän konferenssa. Puhdas pohtiin tikkiä maittaa. Ja tehtäläske min iäjamet Sami Allaskuvla parikit ja studentat ja pohtit juovut tän konferenssa. Tälle kun alkhuvui tätä projekta, lekin mun liikus, että mun pesin säärävahtan vuosta skamna lähmä, millei. Ja tämä talli oli erinumä lei, että tii uoppahäkit, määnäikäärti parikit, että tii lehket uusalatsat tämän projektas. Tii lehk sama tehdäläs tutkit, kun tahtutki ja täppe Allaskuvlas läht. Ja kun mun kiechan tämän konferenssa sistuolu, te uenjänke, että ta huulimil lää, että iemialmua pääse luonnonhallat uophus väsähuusai kaskanäset. Ja että konferenssa kalka puktit Sami määnäikäärti ja skuvlai uophäikki ja parikki väsähuusai ja muistelusai siinä arkapäivissä. Ja täällä viitsun tämän sähtipehtien piirre lohkaamaan tämän programmassa. Semmäs päässä mai tjaatnat oktavuodai iärää iemialmut aasahusain. Ja iärää iemialmuin käin lää sullasas, mutta maittaa ärälaan väsähusat, kuten miisla läppe saamis. Ja mun uenjan tämän huiteahalatjan, kun kähtsä mai makkar saajalat lää Sami Allaskuvlas. Iemialmut uoppahuusas ja tutkan. Iemialmu haashuusan, uophuusashuusan, mutta maittaa tutkan ashuusan. Tämä on min strategiaplana soudamerkaditilla Sami Allaskuvlalla Iemialmu haashus. Man ovtsfästausan lä uoppahus ja tutkan tuimat, kuulahallan ja ovtstoiman, piirastahti servodaajun. Sami Allaskuvla tuimain main samikiellä, ärpeviirulla smahtu ja oodasmahtin lä kuottasis, ahna olle sami ja iemialmu kulttuurai vuolkasatji. Ja tällä hui merkasahti, että mi täällä just tämän piessä haavudit tai päivi. Sami Allaskuvla lää farka kolmalohjaaji. Sami Allaskuvlas lää farka kolmalohjaaji väsähus. Hukset ja naanusmahtit. Saamen määnäikärde ja uoppehäkki uhpui. Ja vaikka mi färte hain oldskoului parkatan ja nannet ja outanahtit, te lää mi ollu olahan tien kolmalohjaajis. Ja täällä oktapuotus mi ootne naavuda, tai täi päivi shaddat tjaalahit. Ja tältä tehäläs tienlaakai, kun mi sähti täällä lehtit, iäjamet mahtuje ja tieduje. Ja kun hallat iemialmut metodologias, te lää justa viet, että mis lää iäjamet vuolkasotji, iemialm vuolkasotji, ja makkar väsähusat tuus tai mis lää alkoalmut tutkin, alkoalmut huophäkkin tai alkoalmut määnäikäärit parikin. Ja tai päivi saavan mi pääsät kuulla takkar muistelussa, mä justa kovviditan mi ja mistä naanu vuotta. Ja konferenssa päättää lääke määnäi, ahpi ja studentai jienat. Määnäi uoppahäikki iedset muistelusat. Ääripäviidolla smahtu ja saamikielellä uoppahusas. Ja iemialm huoppahus. Puhtiet faamasta just tämän, millä maita siskopeltetan iemialm juurtsemme. Ja mun jahkan ja saavan, että puhtai fättäi siskopelte, läveilas justa oadju oinusi. Mo Sami ja iärä iemialm kuovluin, läveilas vältit vuolkasaajidas, maimi iedjalät väsihan. Ja tämän oadju houtan, puuri väsähusajun, ma läh puorin, maita iärä surkie ja iärä kuovluja, ja maita tämän stuorat servodakki ävkin. Ahpan ja uoppus läht raavasmielat, lää sähki ja kultalit, juolludit tiedui ja mahtui. Tutkin perette mai aini feulasvuodai ja tuosta loktet tiedui oinusi. Ja kaamnadi täkkär konferenssas, kosmin tälleät, maskalk juodit väsähusai. Kaskustit oda tiedui, ja kalkaseimme tudjot, oda juuretai mikki ja puhkaje. Kofas mahtsa sueftuluottaa min arkapäiväi ja päivällä sportkuisissa. Te sähti täi kievahit, tai juuretaima ja hodjun, tai päivi, puoridan tihtiin, ieskuudekke suurki, millä tjahnon. Mä näin kääritte tuoimaje, uophus tuoimaje, ja maita uophus tuthkan tuoimaje. Ja tiedon säänion te saavan liikstuvama konferenssi, huipuuri saastallami, ja te adjubehtet puuri väsähusai. Sikke min asahusas, mutta maittälän piirrasis kosmi läht. Ja tämän kuovlus kosmi läht saamis. Purispuhtiin ja kiihtumuosis.
First taught, I'm going to speak in English because I'm doing it in more. If I'm going to take this in a keynote lecture, I need to have it in Sami. I need to have written it beforehand. And today it isn't my words. I'm going to the pictures and the stories are more important. My name is Ylva Janno Knotti, and I'm working here as an assistant professor at teacher education. And when I started to work here, we talked about before I even started, we talked about we need to do this kind of conferences. So this conference name is Sami Education Conference, and we put the year afterwards. And then you will see if we succeed to have it 2018, I'm not sure, but 2019, I think we manage. Or, what is my colleague saying? Do we manage it? I'm going to open my presentation, so it takes a while. And my thought was we are going to keep time strictly. And we start the conference with being a quarter late. So that's... Måste den i måste man lite grann så där. Kostar det. Ja, det. Ja. Men jag kan väl där. Ja, nej där var. Ja, där mamma. Ja. Nej, det var dåligt. Man har varit sist. Nej. Yeah. And as we are 50 minutes late, we need to take, after my speech, we need to take some minutes to strengthen us, and perhaps we can't sit in for 2.5 hours without moving around. Is it? Yeah? Yeah. The keynote speech name is Telling Our Stories. And that's what we are going to do. But the question is, what kind of stories do we want to tell? As Gunvor earlier said, this my keynote speech is about this action research project, where I have the possibility to collaborate with early childhood or kindergarten educators and primary school teachers, but also with other colleagues at other teacher educations and researchers from Canada and Alaska. Last year we had Professor Kristen Snyder from Mid-Sweden University here, and her keynote speech was about digital education. And she asked the question, she said, you live the stories you tell. So here is, you see a picture from, it was some girls when I visited the school in Karasjok, took the picture, and I think that is what our story is today. It is about collecting these good stories, our memories. And I think Asta Balto, that has been my supervisor and earlier, she is the one that's talking about collecting good memories. The other thing when I start to work with an action research project is product focus. What is the concrete product? What kind of concrete product are we going to developing? So our focus has been on developing teaching aid. And as you see, I'm not that good in these things. We have chosen digital teaching aid to make it more complicated. No, we have learned a lot. And we are also, it's coming out, the Diadot book, and it's written in, as this conference, you see, there's a lot of language, and they are often mixed. Everyone had the possibility to choose what language they wanted to present on. So if someone sent me a title that was in Norwegian, I made an interpretation. Okay, the speech is in Norwegian, or someone sent in North Sami, or when I got one in NR Sami, I understand. Okay, now we need to get an interpreter that are able to speak NR Sami. So this book is just the same. We have started to written articles. Some of the articles are from the presentations here. You will hear from them. And they are written in Norwegian, English, North Sami. I think that was the languages. As we are running late, I'm not going to look on these nice words, but it's about what's my interesting. I'm interested in to see how is a teacher and educator working. What are they doing? How are they communicating with the children? And the name of the project was Sami Children Voices, or Sami Mana Aikomorsat. That has so many titles, our project. And in the beginning, I thought that we would give the voices we were going to speak with the children, with school children, for example. But I, of course, have changed view. The voices are perhaps not always this kind of voices. Teachers' voices are more easier. And it's an action research project. I work with an action research method that's name is Critical Utopian Action Research. And it works with from basis of future workshops. That was the background, but that was just my research project plan. And when I sit and write a research project plan, of course I try to involve other people, but they can't put so much time because they don't know even if they are going to get any funding. So that was my project plan. I had a friend here, Carol. She was visiting me in Jokkmokk. It was the week before the application will be sent in. So she was by herself in Jokkmokk. The only thing she saw was my kitchen. No, she went out sometimes also. But how do you go from your project plan to make it to a project plan for others also? The first I thought, okay, we need to use this social media and communicate about that. So I had some young children that were having some days off and were going to help me. And I asked them, could you do a picture that shows the projects, could be the project picture. And they asked, what is the name? And they took Sami Mana, it's singular, we have discussed it. It's just one child there. And it's dreams. And I think, I like the picture, it's a lot of color. It's my son, he knows I like colors perhaps. But how do you make it a project for others? We have used social media a lot. Sometimes it takes more time, sometimes more and sometimes less. And why is it important? It is a way, we have a Facebook group in the project. In the beginning, it was the thought I had was that we were going to exchange thoughts and ideas, but it was at least a way to put in, okay, now I'm going to do that. So what I'm was doing didn't become something, I don't know how it was, you can say, but I tried to make my work more visible. Now I'm there, I'm going in a conference, I'm going to present this. Now I'm visiting that school and I have seen that. So it became a way for me to telling what are, when you're working in a research project at university. What are you doing? But that was more about the first time, the opening that Gunvor was talking about. We followed the future workshop strategy. And the first meeting was in September 2 years ago. The first step is a critical phase, and we are talked about all the challenges in our teaching practice. What do we want to develop? And you see there's a lot of papers on the wall. I also suggest this kind of wall here, but I don't think my ID was... They didn't take it, and that's perhaps good. And you see some smaller yellow spots. This part we didn't speak. We got 1 minute and wrote down everything we think was bad on one paper, one issue. And afterwards we went voting what kind of issue are we going to focus on now. Okay, there afterwards we discussed in groups and brainstorming. And this stage, everything is possible. Nothing is impossible. So this step led to the next, and develop the dreams more concrete. Go from visions to dreams, perhaps. And here's the themes that were, and I think we have changed them a bit, but they have been since the beginning. It was traditional livelihood in kindergarten, language, teaching through traditional works, Bjerkadi, correct? Being out in the forest, I wrote, not on the land. Children's linguistic and aesthetical presentations. That was the first day we reached to that. And the second day we were going to plan everything. It's step 4. And after step 4, the second day, then we were going to develop more plans. And I felt the day after that, I wondered, where did the dreams go? I don't know if you felt the same. When we are going to plan, how is it fitting in our everyday life? It's a lot, oh no, then I need to go to that, and then that, and then that. It was really hard to find space for it. So then I started to think, okay, how to keep track of our dreams? Because we have a lot of must-do things in school. And we have the teaching aid and teaching material. We have grades and everything. No, perhaps not grades in the first year, but it's in our heads. So then I thought we need to try to remember our dreams. So then we had a next workshop. Everyone got taking a photo with them. They had the possibility to take a personal photo or a photo from kindergarten or school. I told first about my photo. It is my grandmother and grandfather. I cheated. I had my daughter's work. She had done a work in school where they were picked about the telling stories from their families. And I gave their example. And afterwards, everyone told their stories. We had different kind of stories. The second day, we started to try to, okay, how to make these stories digital. Then we went home. I visited some schools and were at parents' meeting and meetings with colleagues and so on. But we had a digital storytelling workshop, and that one resulted in teachers' own stories. if the time doesn't flow too much, I'm going to show some of the stories. And we just had a pen. You see, an ordinary, this old-fashioned pen, and we have drawn pictures. Then I visit all the places. I visit once every half year. As in the beginning it was 6 institutions. It took a lot of time. But it was these times that were the times you know, oh, that's why I'm doing this. I was in Snåsa, and we were out. The kindergarten and school went out together on a day. I just saw this in the beginning. Oh! And the staff, the kindergarten staff, were so comfortable. And I thought, little children, that kind of forest. So there is, when we are a lot out, we become comfortable. I asked several times the question, aren't you afraid that children are going to get lost? No, we look after that, we know what we do. And once they needed to go on a toilet or out, and the other, they switched it. So I observed how they switched it. Okay, now no one said, now you have the responsibility. They just looked at each other, and one went with a little child behind a 3 or something. And the other one, so you need to be out. If I went out first time in this kind of forest with children, with small children, I have been worried. So we need to be out a lot. And we got good food. And here are they are working with grass. Then I were together with another, with Kakkoshora Managarti, we were to a calf marking, a traditional livelihood activity. And you see I've written in the language, they wanted to go out to go with bus. The head of the kindergarten told me earlier, she had asked, the children had said, we want to go out go out with bus. Then she made a bus tour. This tour wasn't the bus tour, but it was an important thing to go out with bus. And when we sit in the bus, they directly, I'm interested in a little about this early childhood mathematics. So they talked about the trip. Oh, there is the shop. We are going to pass that. After that, I've been there, and that kind of things. Then we came there. If we had been a traditional, I don't know, traditional is a bad word. No, if this had been a school, another school, not a Sami school, another school. For example, when I was on a conference in Europe, they were so surprised that we didn't explain each thing what the children should do. We gave them space. If you had been another teacher, you hadn't done that what's happened this day. The first that happened was that when you open the bus, you go out, and of course we are reindeer. The reindeer herd is in everyone wants to see that. So they went in front, and okay, it's a fence, and they stood there. The educators didn't explain what's happened. She told some what's going to happen, but it wasn't this kind of lecture. Now we are going to do that and that and that, and you don't need. So I saw that is something that are really special. And they did the work. And to catch a calf by yourself, that's a fact. It was a really, really beautiful day. and how the way the grown-ups acted. So I think it's important to take these moments and see this is big things. It's important that we keep that way of being. Then they were out fishing, and that was another experience. Of course it's a good day, but I don't think everyone is the same familiar with fishing, and it's just almost one that can do it at once. But a good thing, it was berries. The children went out, and the kindergarten educators started to pick berries. So they were very flexible, saw the possibility, and continued to do other things. And that's the Sami way. Of course, if it's berries, you need to pick them. And in school, the language teaching was based on doing things. Here are it's food. And after this, the children, the pupils, the last time I met them, I asked, what do you think about? Oh, it's so good because we always get the possibility to eat and doing things. And in Karasjok, they had this, every other year they have this big concert. So their focus was directed to the concert. And I said, okay, we need to do what's happening. Take the concert. They talked a lot about it, and they played in a song and made a music video. Here are we working with the video. I visit them, and Janna, the teacher, had planned for the day, and each picture that wasn't able to, we are going to look on it after, they drawn it. But you see what time it was. You can see on the picture what time of what was for kind of big event right in that time. So even if we were working with this, they were doing a music video and playing a Karasjok rap about the local community. But still, the local community is in the world. And this was something they talked a lot of. I sat there the day and they talked about in the break, and I needed to promise that no, it doesn't, Bush isn't coming here, and we don't. So still you're working local, we are global. And then we had a lot of material. As we had a project focus, we need to make some products. And then we had workshops. We have had it several times this year. Everyone have made a film or teaching material, teaching aid, or some kind of material it has become. Digital books. You see in the bottom, it's together with Otas, they made a teaching aid. But what did I see? I have told a bit about this reindeer calf marking and the fishing. But something that I could follow, it was in one of the kindergarten in Snåsa. The language situation isn't in Snåsa. I think it's almost like where I live in Jokkmokk in the Swedish side. And what we could observe, I and Laila, when we visit, were that they have started to use the lavvo. You have changed the use of the lavvo during this time, and I'm not sure why, but you have done it. And from being just kind of a lavvo that children run around and out and in, they put an arran, a fireplace in the middle. And during the time we went there, once it was this, you see when it's red, then was the fire. And afterwards it was developed. This little picture is when the last time I was there. And what happened? They changed both the way how the children played there, but also they changed the use of language. When the children went in to the lavvo, they started to speak South Sami. And they were there for some minutes and went out. And each time during the day that I visit there, they went in and out of the lavvo, sometimes each day. And when they were there, they spoke South Sami. On the outside, they spoke Norwegian. Of course, I think it is a familiar situation. They have been out a lot with the kindergarten teachers and were familiar with that kind of words. So they used them there. But we could also see that you changed, the education changed and started to speak more South Sami from the first time to the last time we were there. They spoke the South Sami with the children, but together. And they started to, in the end, they started to talk South Sami with, I'm not so good in South Sami, but they spoke South Sami and tried to answer in North Sami. In the beginning we spoke Norwegian and Swedish. And they used a lot of traditional items. And the traditional items affected the way they acted. Laila, my colleague, has in her article, she has talked about this belt, how they change. But they also use them in new situations. Here they are using the knife belt and they are on books, letter hunting, I think it was. Being a Sami educator or teacher, what is it? You are guiding and directing. Being a leader is on this picture. Last time I showed it, I saw in someone, is this being a leader? Right? I took the photo because I got this, this old, earlier everyone laid like that at home also, not in my home or in my family anymore. So I took the photo like that. But after a while I started to understand the educator is telling the children, do you remember we had some agreements or rules? You are breaking the rules. Hello, are you seeing? She didn't say anything, but she lay there and tried to make them observant that they are breaking rules. So this was a way of directing the children. You can't see the children. They are it is a small hill, and they are going down with some small cars, lorries, and they are sitting on them, and they are not allowed to do that because they are getting broken. They are getting broken. And you can't see on the picture because she's laying. She's not in the beginning. She was in the end, but she moved out. So it was a way to telling you're breaking rules. But during the berry picking, it was, you can say, being present in the moment, taking that, okay, now we need to do something. There's berries, and we are going to pick them. Not being that strict, as I said, we are going to hold time. And, okay, we are going to be late this time. We need to allow it. And as I listened to children, and in the beginning of the project, the thought was that we are going to talk with the children. But it's more of looking on them and see what they are doing and how comfortable they are with doing that. And creating learning arenas. For example, for the South Sami language, this is just one example with the Lavo, the creating, I don't know if creating a learning arena, but an arena where the language were used in that situation. And making traditional items available. With the belt, when we were on a parent meeting afterwards, we got told that the one parent bought a belt after that because okay, they wanted to have it. So as they are in with using items as a way both of remembering or doing cultural things, but also as a new way of using it. And why is this kind of doing stories important? All of the parents that we are could meet at parent meetings when we visit the schools or kindergartens, they want to know what the children are doing. So doing this kind of small films, making a homepage or Facebook group where the parents can see what's happening, giving families opportunity to exchange or talk about the day. But in some way it's also, for example, of the grass in the South Sami, in Snåsa. Some parents said, yeah, it's nice, we didn't do that. I don't do that at home in Jokkmokk. So I could see if the kindergarten and school do that and involve us parents. It's about giving the parents the opportunity to learn and to perhaps take back the kind of knowledge. This conference is about traditional knowledge, and still a lot of things we stand here and show pictures or perhaps talk. So we thought traditional knowledge is about doing. So we decided we needed to have another session, and that's the Dujon and Lavostallen session. And that's often used, often, but it's used here at Sami Allaskuvla. So it wasn't that hard to plan that. So in the Lavo there are some sessions. Today I think Laila Alexander-Shonutti is going to have something about dolls. And there are some, you need to follow in the program what's that, and it's outside here. Then around this fireplace, Arangatis in the cantina, there the teachers and students from Northern Universitet shows pictures and posters. Today you can see poster from Suja Managarti, Kotagena Mannaskola, and also the teaching material that was developed together with Oftas. And tomorrow the continue. So you need to make sure you take part of that. Oh. So now we're going to present the teachers and show their films, because Pigga hasn't shown the sign yet, so I think we are able to see some films. We have Mortenberg. He has been part of the project. I'm going to show part of his film. And Laila Joma. They work at Suja Managarti in Snåsa. Then we have Tone Maria Larsen and Anna-Lisa Dunfjell. They work at Snåsa Sami Skola, Oriel Sami Skola. And then we have in Karasjok Skola, Britt Eli Svineng. Berit Inger Alette Gaup, ja Janna Balto. And then here at the children's school in Kautokeino we have Ellen Sara. Where is she? Oh, there you are. Ellen Sara Socki. And then we have two that are participating both as students, but they are also working at Kakkoshoro Managarti. Marit Böljo ja Pigaikio. So if you go out and see on the Arangatis these days, you can take part of these films. The films is also going to be shown they are going to be there. It's just not at that time, but that time you hear when they talk about their work. So you can sit down and I show some films, and then perhaps we will want to have a small time for questions. So perhaps someone wants to... Is the sound on?
Jeg har uten knytten Jeg har vokst opp til kjennskap med kultur. Uvitende om at vi har en levende samisk bare noen der jeg bodde.
No sound.
Og ble jeg kjent med samisk. Jeg fikk møte familien.
Okay, is it on? Oh, what's that?
Jeg har uten knytten kjennskap til kultur. Uvitende hadde en samisk bare fra der jeg bodde. Jeg har vokst opp uten tilknytning til å kjenne samisk kultur. Jeg var helt om at vi hadde samisk bare fra der jeg så det med jente. Familien her. Med regning og drypp av
Yeah, that's with digital. So I understand why on the first workshop when they said we have going to work with digital storytelling, and the first we got was an old-fashioned pencil, perhaps it's in English. Okay, yeah, okay, but it become digital stories.
kultur. Uvitende en levende kultur bare noen bodde. Så kjæreste samisk jente. Familien. Jeg fikk vennegjerde, og jeg fikk av språket. Jeg har vokst opp uten å ha en tilknytning til eller å ha kjennskap til samisk kultur. Jeg var helt uvitende om at vi hadde en levende samisk kultur bare noen mil fra der jeg bodde. Så ble jeg kjæreste med en samisk jente. Jeg fikk møte familien hennes. Jeg fikk være med i reingjerdet, og jeg fikk små drypp av språket. Jeg ble godt mottatt av familien hennes. De lot meg komme inn i deres familie og kultur. Jeg fikk være med til fjells, utforske nye steder, og til og med se hvor det fantes smolter. Jeg fikk være med til deres paradis, og selv oppleve det. Etter hvert fikk vi selv barn. Det ble en slags bevisstgjøring for meg. Jeg skjønte at vi måtte gi barna våre det sørsamiske språket og den sørsamiske kulturen. For å gjøre det måtte vi flytte til Snåsa. På Snåsa kunne barna våre gå i sørsamisk barnehage, gå på sørsamisk skole og være en del av et sørsamisk miljø. Jeg begynte selv å lære meg språket for å kunne dele det med barna mine. Etter hvert har jeg selv fått jobb i barnehage og har tatt på meg den viktige oppgaven det er å være språk- og kulturbærer. Jeg har vært heldig og blitt tatt godt imot av min kjæres familie og hele det samiske miljøet. Da føler jeg at jeg selv kan ta på meg ansvaret med å videreføre kulturarven. Jeg har fått lære meg utrolig mye som jeg igjen kan videreføre til barna i barnehagen. Jeg er ydmyk for ansvaret jeg har fått, og prøver fortsatt å være åpen og ta imot av kunnskapen som finnes blant de rundt meg.
Blev det högt?
Ja, det är väldigt högt.
Vi ska väl inte komma härifrån med att skada hörseln. Man måste den och se. Och så the film Jotka. The film is continuing, so do you see the first part of it?
Kära sua skoolkonserter koetti tuoda kuhtum lohkas. Ollut lohkana muuta konserta. Mi vedät loukat. Hal kurs. Kotouten mahtan. Det har jag hallan väl en på. Ja ollut maikalka muistit. Eikä muista puutella. Aikos leveäs moivi. Arpeggi tilkima mikroktrudju. Puhkallekin oinat. Ja pullot. Folkkolleslaulut. Täältä puoksais. Läkomi järkuus. Joo, puhuta.
The whole film afterwards. But what was it here? Why is this concert important? Everyone the one that can't understand North Sami they were planning the concert, but then the first part of the song was in North Sami and the second was in Norwegian. And when I visited the school, the teacher talked a lot about it's important that everyone feels that their language is important and part of this concert. Is it correct? And then we are going to see one final. The rest you need to go out and see.
Kiitos pappa, vuoden choikan, lövvalastallan ja sääntiin. Knöttekrossen ja spavuteksan. Kuttuskuvla ja skirvehan lehkä. Veijo laskuutta, oakut joppivit, missä makalaan pankku ja taitaskuvla. Vuodes vilkis kirkku, katsamanga suoli. Хорошо, kaikille oloille loilla. Хорошо, Täppemisle NRK Sápmi, Saametik ja Sápmi Pak. Kirjoita ja saaga, muetto ja hotella. Camping-satti ja silpparalti, niiverauti ja juovaha. Äänantoallu ja puolsutuallu, Sami Allaskuvla ja musea. Хорошо,
Now is my time running. So we have a lot of more nice films. I could say what happened here was that we learned how we should do this next time. Isn't like that, Jana? We just need a phone, and we know what kind of picture there are the best. And we started to see everything otherwise. And I think when we started to see things otherwise, we started to communicate with the children. We didn't tell for example, you see, it's a boy that are making the filming, and he took it really seriously. I tried to get him to be with others. And then he went away. So sometimes we have a picture of thinking what we think is good, but we are not listening then. I didn't listen. So I needed to go and get him back. So we have a lot of pictures, and there are a story behind. And in the chapter I'm going to write more about the teacher stories and the stories they were developed and why the stories are important. Because as this, they are example, but there are something in behind. Why is this important? Why did I choose that? And what does it bring to me? So thank you very much, and thanks to the teachers.
Joo, Ihtu Ylva ollut. Tällä veurasvuotta järvästä ja kommenteerit ja puhtava mikrofoneista. Järvätä kommentat.
Very interesting to see the concrete life of like Sapmi children, because when you're coming from another country, then we're only focusing about what we're doing now. So to see children from Sapmi, and I'm comparing it to Greenland because I'm from Greenland and I'm studying here. I'm learning from Sapmi. so many comparisons we can make between it. I'm looking forward to do that in the future.
Thank you for the comment.
Wow. Thank you so much for this wonderful work. It is just amazing to see how you started with a question about how can we bring in Sami knowledge into educational practice. How can we work with teachers and children and families to bring Sami knowledge and ways of knowing and being to life inside and outside of educational settings? The films that the educators have made, your films speak so abundantly about what is important to you, about the values that you discussed, was that step 3? About how you transformed your dreams, your thinking, about what it would mean in practice, into lived experiences. And there's so much more work to do. I look forward to returning in 2019.
Yeah.
And to learning about what else can happen now in this new space that you are opening up to investigate.
Thank you, Carol. What happened is, I think, when we are walking closer, when we don't become so, we are going to be professional, but we shouldn't be that professional that we are forgetting who we are and what we think is valuable. We need to be professional, really professional, but not so far away from us who we are. And what happens with, for example, the Karasjok rap, when every time Janna has had a really hard year, because it took a year to produce that, and the children asked questions. It was and we were a bit afraid. What are the product going to be? And when they showed the product in the end, and the head of the municipality was there, everyone was really proud. So it does something with us. So here they have chosen the stories they were going to tell. So thank you very much. Now I just think we need to just 5 minutes, because we are late. And afterwards, so 5 minutes if you need to go out, and just 5 minutes, strictly. Lako 5 minuuttia mannandal. Now I have the honor to introduce Associate Professor Kabini Sanga, Dr. Kabini Sanga. Kabini Sanga is an indigenous tribal leader of Gulala people of East Maltaya, Solomon Islands in South Pacific. He holds an associate professor position at Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Pigga and I had the pleasure to take part of his keynote speech during the New Zealand NSR New Zealand Education Research Conference last year. And when he held his speech, we felt we needed to invite him here. And as he accepted our invitation, we was, oh, is it true? Are you coming here? And now you're here. We are really pleased. You are going to speak about reclaiming Pacific education, transformation, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's too hard for me. I have really troubles. It's English, bad Sami, I think, and Swedish with Norwegian. So, but you are perhaps the best to tell what you are going to speak about. Please, welcome.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. I want to begin by paying tribute to the ancestral people of this land. We meet together this afternoon and do so in peace. Do so because we are here as educators who are concerned about the socialization of our children, and hence we are meeting together to listen to each other, to share stories, and we enjoy the heritage that is given to us by those who have gone before us. And I thank you for your presence at this conference. And to the principal of this university, thank you so much for welcoming all of us to your university. And to Dr. Nuti and friends, thank you for welcoming me personally. I am so honored to be here today. As has been said, I am from the South Pacific. Many of our people in the South Pacific most of our people live on small islands. I am going to take you with me to the South Pacific, at least in the photos that we will share. My presentation will be in two parts. First, I will take you to the South Pacific through photos where we will share stories about the South Pacific. But much more, the stories will focus on what we have been doing in the South Pacific as a group of indigenous educators. And then after we have shared those stories of the South Pacific, I'll bring us back again to this room right now. And for a short moment, I will try and then reflect on those stories and hopefully pull out a few lessons, a few insights, hopefully a few nuggets of gold, so that as indigenous educators, we might even explore the possibility of learning from the stories and experiences of others like us who are also concerned about the worlds that our people live in and the future worlds that are yet to be created by ourselves and our people. So that's the general plan for our time this afternoon. I live in a large ocean, and because, like some of our people, indigenous people, generally when we go from one place to the other, we don't go in straight lines. And so sometimes in a large ocean, when I have my canoe and I paddle to another island, I don't go in a straight line. Sometimes I go to that reef and then I fish for a while and then I go somewhere else. But finally I will end on the island I'm going to. And in some ways, some of my presentation might be like that. I'll probably go here and go there, but the plan is we'll come back to where we want to go. Are you hearing me okay at the back? Very good. I'm also a learner of English, and so I will try my very best to speak in the kind of English and in the kind of pace that will hopefully keep us all together. Okay, again, that's not a very good map, but it does give you a sense for some of the islands in the big ocean, and often it's not very clear, but as independent countries, that other map gives you a sense for some of the countries in the Pacific Ocean. Depending on how you count, there would be up to 15 island countries in the Pacific. 18 of those, no, there'd be 18 independent Pacific countries in the large ocean. If you start to include the territories that are not independent because they are under French or under American influence, then there'll be a few more. But generally, we go with the independent countries. I am based at the university, Victoria University of Wellington, but much of my work is with the indigenous peoples of the South Pacific. And again, I suppose I bring greetings from the children of the Pacific. Towards the Western Pacific, so closer to the Australian side of the Pacific, we have very dark people. In my own country, the Solomon Islands, there are a wide range of colors of people in terms of the shades of our skin. There are fair-skinned Solomon Islanders, and then there are really black Solomon Islanders in terms of their skin color. And there's a whole range of skin colors in between. But otherwise, many of our people are indigenous to our settings. We have basically populated all the islands throughout the Pacific that human beings could possibly live on. I will talk about what education is like for these children, and consequently what we as educators have been trying to do as in our attempt to help them live as young people within their own tribal settings, but also as young people who are members of a wider world. The snake-like island on your right is actually my island. I live on that small island. Of course, when the ocean begins to rise, you can see the salt water coming in, and so there are parts of that island which are no longer there. Years ago, when I was a boy, I noticed that many parts of the island that I used to play in are now gone because of the sea rise. This other picture is a very typical Solomon Island village setting. And many of our homes are made from thatched sago leaves. And of course, it's very common sight within Solomon Islands settings. A few years ago, a group of educators, and I've got my photo with 3 educators that are women. Dr. Anna, Dr. Konai, Dr. Hilda. In fact, Dr. Hilda, the one just down here, is now the president of the Republic of Marshall Islands. She was, until a year or so ago, was the Minister of Education for the Republic of Marshall Islands. Dr. Anna used to be the Minister of Education for the Kingdom of Tonga. A few years ago, this group of educators and I met at a conference. The conference was held in Auckland. The conference was about Pacific education. But the conference was organized by people who were not Pacific, and they got us to go to the conference. Now, for this group of educational leaders and me, we were used to that. We were used to going to conferences where other people were organizing in order to talk about us. That was not new. And so at this particular conference, we were standing while waiting for the rain to stop before we could go to the conference dinner. And as we were standing, after a full days of conversations, we were saying amongst ourselves how tired we were now getting to be hearing the same things again said about us. And one of the ladies said, I wish we can have our own conference where we've organized it ourselves, we can have our own stories being told by ourselves, we can ask each other questions, we can look for ways of creating our own futures without having to do that because someone else is thinking, someone else is putting money into something like that for us. And out of the conversation, I then went back and wrote a paper. And in writing the paper, I came up with some ideas on what to do. And out of that paper grew what is now today, 16 or 17 years later, is referred to as the Rethinking Pacific Education Initiative for and by Pacific peoples. It's become what is called now today in the literature as a reform movement. It wasn't initially thought of as a societal reform movement. It has become a big wave over the last 17 years. But that wave began as an idea. It began actually as an irritation something that was bothering us. We were irritated by this idea of coming because someone else has asked us to come to talk about or to hear others talk about us. Out of that irritation, we then convened a meeting where we brought 18 educational leaders from throughout the Pacific. We brought them to one central location and we sat them down with the other women, other four leaders, 3 leaders and me. We sat the group down and said, okay, if we were to look at education for indigenous peoples of the Pacific, what it is that we think is important to do. And after 2 days of talking together, all the leaders of the education systems in the Pacific said, well, there are only 2 things that we might want to prioritize. First, we want the peoples of the Pacific to own their own education. And second, we want peoples of the Pacific to determine and really have a clear vision for their own futures. And out of that we produce this book with all the different thinking and ideas of this key group of people contained in this first book. Of course, after that, we then continued to go back and get people to share their stories about education, but also stories about themselves as people in their own different tribal settings, in their own different groups. So from that time on, helping others, helping peoples of the Pacific to, in a way, story their own lives was a key feature of what we were doing. In this particular photo, I was actually having with a group of educators in the Kingdom of Tonga. And you probably are not familiar with what this dirty water is in that container. The Tongans and the Fijians drink that dirty water. It's nice. It's a ceremonial drink, but at the same time, I think they export that now all over the world. And it has a kind of an effect on people. But when men are sitting around having conversations and discussions, there's always a bowl of, the Fijians call it yangona, or the popular name for it is kava. And in the other photo, the big guy in the middle, in black there, that I'm sitting with, enjoying the kava. He was at that time the Minister of Education for the Kingdom of Tonga. And we'd have these conversations as ways of conferences. Now, throughout the years, we've always gathered people so that people might story their own lives. This was a key feature of what we were doing. And I was casually saying to colleagues in a conversation last night that over the last couple of years, since this initiative started, I had actually organized almost 40 conferences throughout the Pacific region in many of the island countries all over the place. But those conferences were actually opportunities for people to come in and story their own lives. Of course, in the Republic of Vanuatu, which is a country that used to be governed jointly by the French and the English, it was called a condominium. It was jointly colonized by two colonial powers. The country of Vanuatu, after 30 years of independence, they didn't have, if you checked out the scholarship on education in the Republic of Vanuatu, after 30 years of independence, you couldn't find anything that was written, any research that was written by the indigenous people of Vanuatu. And so this book, which was produced by ordinary Vanuatu teachers, ordinary in the sense that they were not special people. They were not, well, that's not right, sorry for saying it like that. They were not university-based researchers. No, they were teachers. They were classroom, what they say sometimes as chalk-faced people. They were interested in saying, well, as teachers, we know something about Vanuatu children. We know something about the learning context of Vanuatu. We know something about teaching Vanuatu children. We know something about the content, the understandings, the value systems that Vanuatu children bring to the schools with them. And in that conversation I said, but how do others know that you actually know? And then they said, yeah, no wonder others come in from Australia and New Zealand and write about us. And of course, when university students do research, the only knowledge about Vanuatu's schooling and education is that which is written by someone else. And so they were saying, okay, how do we change this? And then I said, the only way to change that is to show to others that you actually know. And I said, the only way to do that right now is that you write. And so we had to go through an entire process over a year to help teachers learn how to write. And again, in Vanuatu, this country of 200,000 people, they speak 112 different languages. So to ask them to write in English is not easy. But this book, after 30 years of independence, is now used as the Bible. That's how they say it in Vanuatu. It's the Bible of Vanuatu education because it's written by 50 Vanuatu teachers and educators. We've gone on and shared our stories, our educational stories, by producing different kind of publications. And again, these are just examples of the books that we had produced. None of the Pacific governments had asked us to do this. We were a group of educators who started to look at what we could do as educators. Of course, more and more, all these examples of books are really written by students, many of them my own students. They're written by teachers. They're written by education officials in ministries and departments of education. They're written by community educators, people who are outside of the formal education systems, but who are working with their own people to try and teach them, try and educate them about the wider world. Because in many of these tribal settings, many of the adults wouldn't have gone to school. They would have just stayed within their tribal context and being socialized in the tribal sense. And again, some of this material are written for specific countries, others are written for the wider region. This is an interesting project where students from my country, the Solomons, were writing about their own experiences of boarding school. Now, in the Pacific, the boarding school is a common way of going to school because schools or the country, the governments don't really have the capacities, the money and resources to build schools in every village. And so if you want to go to maybe grade 5 or grade 3 even, year 1, year 2, year 3, you have to go to another district. So many of the children who go to school would have lived in boarding school kind of situations. So it's this book is probably the first piece in the entire Pacific for children or for students to write about their own boarding school experiences. And of course you have thematic books where students in this other book on leadership, the students were drawing what their vision is of many different Pacific societies and leadership of those societies for the future. And after they had created drawings, talking about the dreaming of the future, they then look at the educational implications of preparing leaders for that kind of a future that they have just drawn in picture form. And of course, some of my own work, this is done for my own tribal group, for instance, where we are also dealing with the kinds of issues that indigenous peoples around the world are concerned about, issues of language, issues of cultural survival, issues of being who we are, so that when we look in the mirror as cultural people, we are seeing ourselves in the mirror. We are not looking and seeing someone else in the mirror. We are seeing clarified, brighter, flourishing images of ourselves in the mirror as people groups. And this is all written, in fact, this piece is written in my father's language because my mother speaks a different language. But because of our cultural system, I have a greater sense of responsibility for my father's people than I have for my mother's people. And so I was writing this for my father's people in our own language. Actually, this is the first book to be written in my father's language. Ours is an oral culture. We've never had any books. But now children in my own father's language can learn to read. And so I had to create the rules myself. I'm not a linguist, and if there are linguists in this room, bless you, but I'm not a linguist. I'm an educator who looks for ways of making people learn to appreciate who they are and be content with who they are, so that they don't have to be like someone else that they are not in this world, in their time. Of course, we have a very deliberate mentoring strategy for young students and leaders in the South Pacific. We don't just talk about mentoring, we actually do mentoring. And I started what I call a mentoring cluster for leadership with 5 of my undergrad students from different parts of the Pacific. Today, there are literally 6,000 young people in the leadership mentoring group all over the Pacific. In fact, many of them have gone to different parts of the world. And this is an example of a leadership cluster meeting where we're sitting around and really young people are talking about how they might be the best of themselves, how they might be the credible selves today as students, as members of families, as members of school communities, as members of wider society. This group of other men and women are actually from my country. That's a group of educators that I had trained so that they might be mentors. And so some of them are now retired. In the Solomons, we retire quite early. We retire at 51. And so some of my mates, those are my friends, I went to school with a whole lot of them, but they are now retired. And so what they do, they actually go to schools and mentor the school leaders. But it's part of this program. The government didn't mandate that. It's not as if government said you have to do this. No, I was just looking for ways of entering their hearts by disturbing what they were already disturbed about. And in doing so, they said, yep, we have the time. As long as you can help us find the fare to pay for the boat to go to the island, we'll do that. Of course, 2 weeks ago, I was again in the Solomons with another group starting a new initiative. And in this initiative, we actually had some funding from the New Zealand Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so there's lots of money in this one, where we are trying to help Solomon Island communities actually learn to own the schools. Because in many Pacific Island contexts, just like in tribal indigenous Pacific, the school sits there, but it's not really owned by the setting. It's still an introduced system that's operating on its own, and it's not really entirely owned. And so in this initiative, we are trying to really look for ways of embedding schooling within societies that constitute tribal groups and village settings. Throughout this initiative, many Pacific Islanders have also learned to think culturally. Again, many of you know who speak different languages. When I speak English, I think in English. And therefore, the ideas that I come up with are because of the English language that I used to think in. If I think in the 7 other languages that I speak, the ideas that I come up with would also be very different because I'm thinking in that language. And as a result of this initiative, many of the younger generation Pacific Islanders now who are doing their master's degrees and doctoral degrees are really thinking metaphorically, because in their cultures there's lots of metaphorical kind of thinking. And so when they are thinking about leadership, I know a friend of mine from the Solomons, one of my students, those are actually Solomon Island war canoes. And we used to fight each other a lot. We've stopped now. But the canoes are still there. They are fast canoes. They can paddle very quickly across to the other island. They do their raids. They take their skulls, they come back to their own island. We don't do that now, but the canoes are still there. But of course, when you are thinking about leadership, to then help to teach school leaders about leadership, the Solomon Islanders don't talk about leadership. They talk about the canoe. They talk about what position in the canoe do you sit in? What roles then do you play? What relationships do you have with those who are the front paddlers or those who are the back paddlers? So when you start to think like that, of course, everybody understands leadership when it's being framed or conceptualized in that way. So there's lots of fun work now throughout the Pacific as indigenous teachers, indigenous scholars are appreciating that thinking culturally and therefore using the metaphors of everyday life that they are familiar with is okay. In fact, it is also very academic. I won't say too much, but fast track this now. This initiative has led to many things. There are education national vision statements in some of the countries that were directly linked to the initiative. There are ways of understanding curriculum in some of the countries. In fact, the entire education curriculum framework of the Kingdom of Tonga was developed by a group of teachers in a session that I was facilitating with them. And the minister at that time was so appreciative of it that the government mandated that to be the national curriculum, and they used that to then build their new curriculum. There have been research foundations that have been established as a result of this initiative. There are now lots of literature out there. Many of them are in refereed journals. Many of them are in edited books. So you have an entire generation of Pacific Island teachers and scholars who now have resources that are prepared, articles that are written, theses and dissertations that are prepared by indigenous scholars themselves. I didn't have that during my time. Many of my colleagues after didn't have anything like that. But this initiative has really resulted in those kinds of benefits. As I said, very active mentoring programs going on, very deliberate in our use of indigenous languages throughout the Pacific, where communities are now running with responding to their own needs or looking for ways of responding to their own needs. I was in the Republic of Kiribati a couple of months ago, and I took that photo of children in Kiribati. Those of you who are familiar with climate change and the effects of sea rise will understand that there are entire countries in the Pacific that are just low-lying atolls, not even 1 meter above the sea level, these islands. And when I was flying down for the plane to land, I took that photo of the islands. After I've landed, I walked around and met these students, and I took a photo of them. They're happy as they are, just like any other young people are happy. But of course, the reality for them is that their islands are sinking. And as educators of the Pacific, we are also concerned with issues like that. But like most of these indigenous tribal people will say, they'll say, well, we are birds on these islands, and why should we fly away from our islands? Even if the sea takes us, we are people of the sea. We will be at home when that happens. This is not a modern boat. One of the groups in the Solomons, in fact many of the Pacific Islanders, they know how to read the stars when they're sailing from one island to the other. The team I was talking to you earlier, my mates who are retired at 51, they go out to the islands and offer training to school leaders, early childhood managers, primary school head teachers, secondary school principals. And of course, these school leaders don't have any training. They don't have any professional development activities. And so when they hear of some form of professional development program coming to them, in this particular case, 3 of the school leaders had to sail from their islands to this other island where the program was being held for 1 week, 5 days. It took them, again, 7 days to sail from their island to where the program was being held. They were just navigating themselves using the stars, reading the stars. And these were just school teachers who still have the knowledge to be able to do that within their tribal settings. And the rest of the cohort, the rest of the teachers, school leaders were so impressed by the dedication of their 3 colleagues that they went and met them on their boat as they were coming in. Yeah, they didn't use any modern sails or any motors. They just sailed using the tribal sailing system. Oh, sorry. Oh, did I miss something? I'll just see if I miss anything. No, that's it. Okay, I'll leave it there while I make a very few comments. So what might we learn as indigenous educators who are also concerned about the things that matter to us and to our children and to our future? From this experience in the Pacific, there are a number of things. First, the matter of leadership is important. As indigenous educators, we are it. We are it. We cannot wait for someone else. There may not be many of us. We may not feel able. We may not feel that we have this resource or that resource. But those are secondary matters. The important thing is that we accept that we are it. And consequently, we want to assume or we want to take primary responsibility for thinking about education for our peoples. And in a sense, for us in the Pacific, that was an important consideration. Also in the Pacific, when thinking about leadership, what was important for us was that the individual leader matters. Within tribal Pacific context, the individual leader is so important. Who the leader is within their community, what that leader does really is important. Because in the Pacific setting, the people are relational people. And because they are relational people, the credibility of the leader is so important for them. Without that credibility, the leader cannot hope to inspire others. The leader cannot hope to be trusted. The leader cannot hope to spur on or ignite the passions of others, or ignite a vision of a future that might be better, that might be different. Also in relation to leadership, there's an important insight that we have learned from the Pacific. That insight relates to a particular leadership task. And for us as indigenous leaders, that task is that our leadership must involve bringing wisdom to our context, but also bringing to life the wisdom that is already present in the context. And that's a dynamic tension that is contained in this very particular leadership task that indigenous leaders must pay attention to. And of course, in a leadership sense, another insight is that we have to be very deliberate in our mentoring of a new generation of leaders. As indigenous leaders, we learn from the Pacific that we cannot work alone. We have to embrace the new generation with us all the time. And hence, in all our meetings, in all our conferences, in all our work, it's always embracing the younger ones. It's always embracing others with us. I will wrap this up. I won't cover the other points I had. I'll jump to one point, which relates to this conference. An insight we had learned from our experience in the Pacific, which might be instructive for us as indigenous leaders, is that in the Pacific, we had used the familiar storying approach. And consequently, our conversations were always storying. And for people who are relational in their DNA, I might say, storying is a serious pedagogical way of connecting with people. And hence, throughout this last few years, we were always gathering people in this country, in that country, or bringing people from different countries together. We were always within its country. We'll bring the church leaders, we'll bring the tribal leaders, we'll bring the government officials, we'll bring the politicians into the same room so that the conversations might have. And so we would story. We would then call people together and we would do some more storying. Then we would act out our stories. Then we would call people together again and we'd do further storying. And then we would act out the stories. Then we would call people together again and then we would do some more storying. Of course, storing, as we know, as peoples that have straddled different worlds, stories allows our conversations so that the different meanings that our people have might unfold in those conversations. That we might then look for ways of nurturing the important conversations that we must hold together, that we must maintain, so that smaller conversations that could be left, could be suspended, could wait, can wait. In that way, those of us who are good at storing might even learn to listen, so that the younger ones in our midst, the new generation leaders, the students in our midst might challenge us, so that we, the mature ones, could learn to listen. And hopefully, in showing that we are able to listen, our younger ones might quickly learn to mature, but still do so in their own time and in their own manner. Friends, I am very conscious of the fact that time had really gone. And we don't have the time for me to share some more insights. But I will make sure that at least the speaking notes will be available for people to read if they want to. But thank you for your generosity. In fact, one of the points I could have made was about generosity and how in this time, indigenous leaders, as we have learned in the Pacific, might even learn to be generous. Leadership that is most practiced in our world, in our time, is about taking away from you or taking away from each other. The lesson we have learned in the Pacific is that the leadership that matters most is that which is generous, that which is hospitable, that which allows us to live for the other, as opposed to allows us to live for ourselves first. Thank you for the generosity you have shown me by lending me your ears this afternoon and for welcoming me to your land so warmly. I appreciate that and thank you most kindly. If we had time, I would have loved to have the conversations with you. But I'm here for the rest of the conference. Looking forward to having conversations with all of you, any of you, because it is important to me to be here with you. So thank you again.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And we have a little minute for questions. As we went, we were a quarter late and then we went out, so we are even more late. So we have 5 minutes for question.
Kabini, thank you very much for this interesting introduction, that we are getting information about how you are working in the Pacific Islands. Me, myself, I've been working as a journalist for many decades. So if I was living there, I would then have had the possibility to retire, but I'm still working.
Right.
I have a question which is about the role of media, the role of telling stories from one generation to another. I know that you are many islands, or that there are many islands, but how are you solving this, that the younger generation that they're able to listen at stories told in their mother tongue. And while you have been speaking, I also did send some greetings to Apia in Samoa, to Mikaela Mayava and Isabelle Chadwick, because they just have a new little baby.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. So if you can tell more about social medias or traditional medias, how are you solving it so the children are able to listen to stories in their own language?
Yeah, in the Pacific, there are 3 domains of social relationships. First, you have the domain of formalized society. So school systems, government systems, and in that domain is really the modern world. But that domain actually sits within another domain. And in the Pacific, the Christian churches is the other domain that is so influential in Pacific societies. Even that second domain sits within a larger domain. And that domain is really the domain of the cultural groups. In places like the Solomons, once you move from the capital, the modern law of the state of Solomon Islands doesn't apply, because you are now in the domain of cultural groups. Within the cultural groups, storying and storytelling is quite common. And so people are still sitting around storying with each other. In my village, for example, because we don't have electricity, because we don't have television, because we are not well connected with the outside world, of course, all we have is to sit with each other and talk. So in that kind of setting, there's lots of storying. And the children, of course, learn to listen. So it's quite common within settings like that for children just to close their mouths and listen for an entire hour. They won't complain, they won't say anything. Which is very different from, let's just say, the capital of the country. It's an urban setting that's very different. So depending on what the setting is, there are ways of keeping the conversations alive between different generations. There are ways of talking with each other. But basically, because the cultures are still very oral cultures, they understand that. And unfortunately, the schooling system doesn't encourage that. And so the schooling system is taking children away from all that rich cultural kind of, I suppose, the goodness of indigenous cultures that are still there. So they are, in one sense, are being neglected by the schooling system. I hope that gives you some sense of an answer.
Thank you. We have time for,
Okay.
I see 2 questions. We see how from.
Thank you very much for a beautifully spoken presentation. Very much following up on what you ended on here, my question relates to this as well. I really appreciated when you said that your initiative tried to help the Solomon Islanders own their own school system. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on that a bit and perhaps give some examples of how you managed to deal with some of these inherent contradictions, such as the use of time or certain epistemological frameworks or what have you that that have come from a system that has been imposed upon them, and to unlearn maybe some ways of being or knowing
Yep.
that might be in contradiction with their own very rich culture.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Yeah, so on the plus side, these are still living cultures. So they're unlike other indigenous communities where they are not starting from that point. Many of the Pacific cultures are living cultures. And so people still understand. They will have explanations for why they are behaving this way or why they are privileging this and not that. So that understanding is still clear, generally. Now, the real challenge is to then say, well, when the schooling socialization is demonizing culture, they are actually demonizing culture. Because I go to school, I am able to do some things, I am able to think in some ways, and then after having learned to use those tools that may have been introduced to me, because I've gone to school in different places, including in Canada. I'm laughing because there are Canadians in the room. I've also learned to use, shall we say, the master's tools in order then to offer some things to my own tribal people that only one who has learned to use the master's tools might be able to contribute. So in that sense, it's not an either-or situation. I think it's the need for leaders of our time as educators to translate the needs in ways that still allow us to meet them without splitting ourselves. And one of the things I've been teaching, at least in the way I help to socialize a new generation of Pacific Island teachers and researchers and scholars, is to learn to appreciate themselves. And I didn't have the time to make that point, that to be able to appreciate ourselves as individuals or as family groupings or as cultural groupings, to learn to be content with who we are, we have first of all learned to appreciate that in an intrinsic sense we are dignified. And so helping our people to be content with who we are, so that we do not start by thinking that we are not as able, or we don't have this. It requires a different starting point. And again, it's not an either-or approach to negotiating the tensions. It's a more integrated approach to both affirming people, but yet helping people to deal with the complex world that we are finding ourselves in. Thank you.
Thank you. The time has passed, but I allow one short question and a short answer.
Okay, very good. Yeah.
Hello, and thank you for the very good and very fantastic presentation you gave us. When you are so many different islands in Pacific, how do you do with the language? Do you have the same language, or do you revitalize the language?
Yeah. Our part of the world has more than 1,000 languages. My own country, which is about 400,000 people, we have 88 different languages. And that's why we are learning to speak English. Yeah, but within settings like that, particularly the Western Pacific, where there are multicultural communities, they are learning to live with each other. They are learning to live with difference. In fact, we've been synthesized, or we have been socialized to appreciate difference. We are okay with what we do not know. We are okay with cloudiness or fussiness. We don't have to know right now. So the way we think is also like that. But of course, we have to learn to communicate. But then communication doesn't require us to be verbalizing or saying things all the time. In fact, many of our people learn how to read silence. In my own culture, silence is actually privileged. Silence is used much more than sound and noise. And so you can visit your mother or your auntie, and you haven't seen each other for a year, 2 years, and you just show up and you sit there for half an hour without saying anything to each other. But in that silence, you are saying lots of things. Anyway, sorry, thank you. I better go on.
Thank you very much. And we want to give you a little gift when you have went so far. And the questions you got, and the last question was also good. We can feel ourselves. We know what silence means. So thank you very much. Yeah, and we are. I think we could take a shorter coffee break, and we have parallel session. So what is time now? What is 5? It's 5:05. That means that now are we starting the next session? We have started 5 minutes ago, and it would take 15 minutes break, and afterwards we have sessions here in Saakaskagi. We have sessions in Suludat, Lanya, and we have sessions out in Tadugi and Laustavan, and Reshadat. So you have to make choices. It's 4 different places, or really it's 5, because it's 2 places here. But it's okay to go around also. No coffee, thank you.
Is the dinner starting at 7? Joo, jokohan talkulla. Äänalave muistalit mossuu ahkusuhpiisut ja teuttuvuuttakin vuostas joltaparkun. Ahkus lei tahkan falmacin kuekte vuostaskirji vuottakin ja keiki äänäi tuoji. Se on niin ohpaan taide äänestä joltima, eikä ääni tarpahan ohpausa, se on falalki kähtsälihtan. Saamittele lämmässä mihtilmas ohpahit. Maana nuu, ahte se on läpeässän ohpahallat ehtsänassi, kähtsälih ja tivostit, odvasih kähtsälist. Raavesolmo laitestaan parkui, tjuvo veha toppelismo likstuvaa, ja raaven jyslä vuoman ahte maana i esnakohtsauti hastalusa. Tämän ohpan metoda kohtjatuva palttasuohpaama metodan. Kähtsänetsän sakkavuorus, mo palttasuohpaama metoda sahtaa kävähit skuulaohpausas. Atta maatte outamärkkaa, muu vasahusai vuodul, mohteis sahtaa heivehi taalas skuulamaailmai. Suomasla mannamen storra ohpuplaana odastus. Orra ohpuplaana valtijuvui aanu jakis kuekte tuohon kuhtanuplohkai. Täh vikkaa vasteri haastelusaitte maht lämsan vuhtumis servorakas ja tammieltä mai hohpausas. Servora manimus loki jaki haikki reutan hui olu ja skuula perreli pialisti lähkis valmemme ohpi oddaa kaiputusaitte. Lähantan parkun pajaskäsi pohtevuota servoraka lahtuit. Ohpausa haaliri februari hämppu ohpami mi vuoruruvaa vaasahusaitte. Vaasahusahpamis ohpilla aktiivalas oassalasti ja ohpama kuuttas. Ohpeäjille ämpu pakadalli ja tarja, kään parkun lää tansatja jähti johkaa tieduit, ravvet kos tiedu kaunaa ja muhtana nojuvu auhkin. Ohpan imartus, millä oda ohpuplaana vuorun lahkona saamelatjai ohpan imartusa. Taasa kulle herra viittis ohpan ja tutkama pokte ohpan ja tiedu haamen ohta säära ohpiikkuin ja ohpehäjikkuin. Ohpi vasahusai vuodul. Suomen Allaskuvla ohpuplaana vuorustusain mujuvu viittis ohpamis. Tas sististoalla tieduih ja taittuihlassin arvuit, tuoladumit ja halu käyvahih tieduih ja taittuit kuhteke tilimieltä. Täh tarkkoa ahte sihke ohpirolla ja ohpausreutaa. Oda pajaskässin ideologia vuortaa ahte maanna shadda aktiiva lahtun servosis. Skuvla perreillä ohpi piras. Tää hoiviltaa tan ahte ohpantilli. Kalkalle takkar ahte maanna päässä tutkat, parka houftas ja tjeknjodit ohta ohpo-ollisvuhtii vuodolatjat. Ohpuplaana vuodostusaa mieltä ohpehäjji mahtsaa mohtiidahtaa ohpi tjautit jolmait, akkastallat, arvostalla ja analyseera heijäs parkku ja tammieltä ohpama. Ashi aihtsan ja mulsa ehtui hohtsan lähkuouttajis. Ohpi ohpan prosessalla ja tehaläppuhko ohpahan prosessa. Viittis mahtin rastiltaa ja ohtistahtaa ohpoaunasit. Tää hoiviltaa tannahti juokki ohpoaunas ja outtiidäämme ollislas ohpama. Vuodoskuvla ohpuplaana vuodostus tatjaa Sami ohpausaa pirra, ahte ulmilillä atti maanna ei veulasvuoda ohpa heijä saamelas kulttuura. Ulmilillä ahte maanaht ohpe aktiivalatja toima saamikielä pirrasis ja vatjuht ohpausaa äänas oosiin saamikilliin. Ohpuplaana vuodostus äkturas kuvla ja ruohtuparka houftas vai maana puurespirkejuumi ollasuva. Mun tulkontaan nuahti, jos ohpuplaana vuodostus ollasuva, tah nanne maana touttu taas ahte suu tuokas saamikulttuuralle tehalas ja skuvla torjuutan. No kun läin jo taas outa lohkan, nu saamelas pajaskäsin sulastahtaa oda ohpuplaana ohpani martusa. Saamelas pajaskäsimis palttasuohpaama metoda lä mihtilmas ja vuodutuva saamelas pajaskäsin filosofiai. Tän filosofiai kullaa ahte raavisolmus attaa maannai aikki ja saji ohpaat. Maana sillä paakku alki liikkas arrat, eikä visohtarpus ohpaat. Maana vatju outtas vastarusa ja se on lääkke tassearvoisessa raavisolmuikkuin. Maannai huupmajuvo seamalahkai kuin raavisolmuin olmui ja suu oivilit kutnejahtujuviit.
Se on adjuu pukti heitä soinui houtan ja jo solmuilla sierrauaivilat taas saakastallojuvu ja tekehtjo millä puoremusjautus tähäkin ainu. Tan saatja jahti raavisolmu ainu voihtasi. Mihkal niillä sarakohtjoa tan raadaralla maalle järvelatjan. Se on valtaa outamärkkan karttastalama. Kirnos pohkaa parke sämmä ulmilla outi ratkasi healu. Kirnos olmuin illät arvohierarkia. Pohkaa pesse pukti heidäs aivilit ja pohkainla veulosvuotta tatja heidäs aivilit. Maana pääskässimi kulla ehtjänäsvuhtii shaddan, man serveillä ja malle torjuu. Manna ferte mahti takka määrärusai ja son ferte mahti valti vuhtii määrärusai vaihkuusait. Taittaa maanna vahpaa, kun päässään harjahalla raavesolmui parkkuit. Harjahalla norruutekos on lyhtsii tahkamme tan raavesolmui haka, mutta sii juuvo maana ja pakadi tarppuu mieltä. Koletje näska alkimme ohpehedji parkui ja äänä muistali munje mo mahtarakkuli suutne keikeen joltatuoji. Imastallen manin mattarakku i tjäehan suutne mohkalkaa joltit. Tiena tuossa piai oktojoltit. Mattarakuli touttus taasahte sonle tjähpijoltit. Sonle joltan käytö saikke ja äänille jo aina mohta taappahuvaa. Sonle kanske tjäehan perustumi ahkusis, kanske jäärahan, kähtsän ja juvon palttas. Mattarakuli jo aina ahte äänille falmas kähtsälit joltima. Mohta nova Allaskuvla ohpuplaana odastus tarjuu palttasuahpama. Mulle sen saameluokka ohpehedjin avvilis. Alken jurttasi sahtaako luokkasuahpei samalahkai, kun mattarahku ohpahi vuottakin joltima muu äänäi. Halliretsin kähtsälihtan ja tuotjelei alkimus faadda alkahit. Kolvekohten luokkas timmui haikke, mattevahku outalko tuojisalkii kodin. Muslei verrun vaatsasi luokkas kodalta kierras, kodden ko ohpi parki eetsese parkkuit. Kurren koraltakaa päyttiala ja muhtumisahteen mahkas vajaltuhti tämän Suomessa pulpehtaala. Kodden fahtsait nuutauja ahte ohpihledji ja muistellaan rohtuisna ja ahte ohpihedji tahtusse kodda. Ja kun me jalkimme tuojis fahtsaikkoddi, siitä ihte mohtu olla sakki kiedain. Munin tarppahan sierra ohpei sitten vidain sakkin kodima, kun sille jo aina mohtan tahkat. Leimme houtti jakin koddan tusse kuuftiin sakkin ja tal mu kähtselämi vuodul haltset ja fahtsa kodima. Tan metoda orui toimamme mun jurttahin. Mun haaliretse manna taas viitasäppu ja kähtselit ahte mohtan sahtaa olahit lohkan aunasiin, nuuk outamarkka tihtii pirastiedus. Avvilis saaveluhkain sierra taasilla hunnan ohpi ja outa luokkassa tehdä mankka luokka taasi ohpit. Ohpehetji arkapäivistä haivilta ahte luokkassa tehdäkin 3 jopa 4 luokkaa taasi ohpit. Kun te outomerkka tihtee pirastiedus lei faattaan kivä ja parmulottit. Mulle jo johken ohpumateriaala nuu ahte kaunoi parkku johki luokka taasi ohpuplaana mielte. Maanassa ahte vaikka iune parmulotti kovait, ja vähästuorat ohtse tiedui kos ja koas lotti pohte saamai. Seammas ohpi hohpsmuve saamelas arpitihtui ja maina siitä vaikkapa kirralottema ja parmupokte. Muu ulmili lei ahte ohpi oadju eesvaljet man ornekis ja man oluson parkaa harjehusait. Jäljäluokkalat ja häihaali hollesaikke iunet. Mutta tiehti hämppo ja rokkat tiedu. Seammas kun jäljäluokkalajat ohtse tiedu vaikkapa internähtäs, siis aakastalle tai nouftas. Unnimusahpit ollesaikki kulle ties palttas, mais stuoramusahtahke. Muu rollari lei saakastalla ja vehas pakadallat, ohtsa kouttolas tieduit ja mohtietahti maanait. Luntolajat taasa kulaimai luontuus vantartämi ja lottii haitsan. Taas muun mielestä olla suvaa palttasuahpama ideas kublapirrasis. Unnihohpi, juvo, storahohpi ja ohpesin mielte. Puohuahpan ja ohpähämi tahpahuai fuomaskehta. Ohpi pesse vuodju hasitte, maita sille perustuvan ja pesse pukti houtantan. Tähän Anne muu mielestä maana hiestouttu, kun siinä päässä tjähit maisi mahte ja unni maana hohpe ämppo, kun mai hohpuplana ulmillei. Muu jurtaa illan ahte johki ohpi kalkaa volki seamma taitotaasis. Tällä muu mielestä palttasohpama ja saamennas pajaskässima vuodujurtta ahte maanna fuomasuvu oktakassan. Muu lohka säilän lohkanorneka, mutta juhken ohpiitte plana maisi kalke vahkoekke parkat. Jos ohpi illan parkan puot, se on fertiin muistalit maissollei parkan. Maanna ei tarpahan chilke munje ahte manne illan parkan, mutta se on kalkai valti houttisvastelua saa taas moossonlei aikki kävahan. Taapalatsat ohpi lei parkan ja olahan ulmili maimulletjen pidjan, vaikka soittiikellä län kaunante hiera vuukii mieltä. Letjen tahkaan luokkai saji serra taimaitte. Kova taittuja tuojisatsi lei iätsäsnurkis, kos letjen räittu pudalta maja tutjomi. Tästä oli vähän raafalu luokkansatsi, kos sahtii vaikka soffan alta vellerit. Telei tihtorsatsi ja storra päytti, kos sahtii tahkaa juokkuparkkuit. Ohpi vantartetsi tai paikki kaskas ain tammielte mahletse parkame. Vehatsi mielte fuomasetsen Mossi jälkeen kulaskutta luokkaskihparikkui maissiletse parkame ja ahte sahtikusi ohtastan tahkat. Maanaille lää lunttolas hallu tiehti ja simahti raadalalla ohtas. Tas sierra parkusajit, atte fridja vuoraa valjet, muu hohpi haaliri parkkuparkat. Okto vai joavkus. Saamelas pajaskässin filosofialle on alle idealistalas tala-aikis, kos pärräsillä nu serralakan kulttuuralas ja kielalas mahtut. Mutta moht, jos pärräs ei lähke tahkan, tämän saamelas pajaskässimä alkuparkku. Pärräsin läs serralakan ekonomalas tilit ja veolasvuodat, millä takahan tannahte vanhemma häisahte älli nu arpivirolas ällimakko kanske haalirit. Sokahle piedakanan, millä takahan tan ahte sosiaalitoarja ei lähke välttämättä nuun anusko outal. Maittai ohpin läholu äärelläkaan vattisvuodat. Sissahtehlät lahten vattisvuodat, taheke ohpan vattisvuodat. Ja skuulassa saattaa lähkit skuulakiusia, mimit sohtsaa maannai. Makka räittyi palttasuohpan saattaa atti huohpäjä takkartiliin. Orra ohpuplana altsoa ofta-aikaisas ohpahussiin. Tän ulmilillä vikkat takkar ohpausvuukitte mahla haufkin puuhohpiitte ja torju houtanäämi iäkäs ohpuin. Ofta-aikaisas ohpahusasla kuekte ohpäjä ja kuekte luohkase amma luohkalanjas. Ohpäjä kulahallapa kaskanäskä ja kuottipa outasvastelusa ohpahusas oftas. Soi plaanepa olahäpä ohpahusaa ja arvostallapa tan oftas. Ofta-aikaisessa ohpaussa tai veulasvuota käyvähi porrin ohpeheitsi herenomas taittuit. Lää fuomasuvon ahte takkar parkuvuokki lasihaa parkuraafiluokkas. Parkuvuokit shatte häne mankkapäälläkin ja ohpaussa sirranahti veulasvuota lassanit. Avilla killikos lä hunnan saameohpit ja ohpausjauhkuh lä hujunnit, jopa ohtaohpi jouhkuht lä lähkime. Saamikielä hohpiitte ei lä puht aunasa saamikilli, mutta lä tusse muhtin aunasat. Avilisillä kähtseluvon ofta-aikaisessa ohpahusaa tanjaki. Biologia ohpahusas läht lämmäsään mieltä sihki suomakielat ja saamikielat ohpahädjit ja ohpahusjauhkut. Tsihtsehluohkas. Saamikielat ohpahädji kiedahalla saamikilli iäkäs ohpiikkuin ja suomakielat ohpahädji kielä aunas ohpahädji. Kiedahalla ashi puohkaikkuin. Saamikielat ohpi valtet vastiti joko suomata eikä saamikilli parkupihtäitte tammielte mo ohpahädji läpä juohkan parkkuit. Kun saame ohpit läht mieltä suomajuohkus ja suomakielat ohpi kulle saamikiela sii ohpe taasa ahte läht mankkakiela ja tahle seama arvosatjat. Tälle puorevuohki ohpai mankkakulttuuralas vuoda ja kertovas vuoda äära kulttuurai hektui. Mun ainan ahte ohtaiksen sohpaus ja puore veulasvuotan skuvlain kosla unna ohpausjauhkut. Ohpi pesse parkat johkuparkku ja le hohtas turajouhkuin, mutta ei masse sami kielä ohpausa. Nuppi tehallas pälli lä manka kulttuuralas vuoda ohpahämi ohpiitte. Sihke ohpin ja ohpäätsin lä lämmäs pori vasahusas tan ohta-aikaisas ohpausas. Maanahla hui sorjavatsat, sillä halohii valmasa kähtseli hoddavuuki ja mouhtaskihtain. Mutta mohmi ohpehätsi, lähkö mi kerkosa kähtseli hodda ohpahan vuukit, kun mi aini ahte tahla veulatsat. Tää kaipida ohpehätsin odda jurttasämi. Ohpehätsi kalkaa päässä heirehtaan jurtakissa, että siisillä tusse iätsäs luokkaa ja täheke iätsäs faattaman ohpahaa. Orra metoda ei nuivaltin tarppaha ohpehätsi lasseskuulejumi, rahpa jurtakin horra vieruitte. Outa märkkä tihti millä harjanan taasa, ahteko ohpi parke jaska ja okto, tahla puori luokkamärkka ja puori ohpausamärkka. Kofas vasahus ohpan autsoa maanait le aktiivalatsat. Odda vuokimielte olles tan vuokadaka maasa millä harjanan kalkaa moivet. Juokkias kalkaa taimo kohti odda vuukin. Tahi tahpahua paifahka. Lihka ohpehäitsi lähkäänne kahton olahi odda ohpuplaana kaipatusait, mutta sitsitte ille fallojuvon tarvais kuulejumi. Orra pedagogalas taittui hohpan kaipitas kuulejumi ja harjahallama. Odda ulmilla hastari nuu ohpehäitsi ja olles kuuvla ja mai hohpumateriaala rahkadetjit. Muhtumahvaltihtai haltui talan, muhtumiitta takahit raanesvuufteit, illähkenu alki parkka kohti horra vuukikkuin. Muu outis kollegata ja juur outalku pääsäi älhahki, ahte tii nuorat, tii kalkapehti tahka, tiisillä nauhtsat. Tälle imastalle maissun täinnä aiviltii, muu mielestä on lei hui virkku suahpähetji, vaikka leiki on vuorrasuholmos. Manjeli mirtin ahtella lossa käyväis kohti hodda vuukit, orra metodai, orra rustekit, komuhtumin orra kirjia nuivaltin takaha oluparkku. Orra ohpan metoda ja ohpanoinut atnoivaltimi kalkaatti haikki vaisattaa puorre. Valttas ohpani tarkuttus ja maana ja ohpähetji vuoruvaikkuusa, ta vaivilta mai ohpähetji vuoruvaikkuusa. Taasa ohta-aikaisessa ohpausle puorremetoda, ta hattaa järlakan ohpiitte veulasvuoda ohpaat altsesheivlosvuukiin. Vuohkimaina mattarahku ohpahi äänai vuottakihtjoltima, rapai muu chalmi huaini saamelas pajaskässimi mihtilmas palttas ohpama metodan. Lään tuhtavas ahte olla ohpuplana, lää tal namuhan ohpi aktiivalasvuoda, vasahusohpama ja ohta-aiksas ohpama. Tahatte ohpeet jäi saji pukti houtan arpavirolas saamelas pajaskässin virui mais kuvla ohpaussi. Kiitos.
Paljon kiitos, Helena.
Kiitos.
No, tälle listalle järjestää kaikkeen. Kiitos, Helena. Mulla on Vuokko Hilmonen, rakkaita Sami Allaskuvlassa. Mun se voisi takia vieraalta, että usein paijaavan ärveviirollas vahvan. Ja teet on kuorahalatte käy ieskuudehlaan uoppahusmetodai ja vahvan metodai taas. Ja ohtataan jo tähte palttas ohpama metoda. Ja ton tojahtela Sami vuehki ruopahti. Ja tien olis jerarkit usatte muopahtoon hutkan tään tuopaa, jossa on paltas ohpama. Vahtautat nuko Sami ärvivierus vai lahkoton iestan?
In lähieshutkan mulla on lohkanta mun jakan ainke astapalttula man paltas ohpamis. Ja te saatte tahtan aivilta tannatte maanna chuovuu ja parkkavettiin ohpaa. Ja tähi varrella tuossa saamelaisjai vuokkia, että tällä ainakin äämi almoki vuokki, mutta ja varrella amsan outomerkka tihti suomalaisjainke aikaa tuli, mutta saamelaisjain tahilla nuu aikaa tuli tahvuokki, että kun raaves ollut mun parke ja maana chuuvo taas palttasia ohpe. Mutta tahte tuopa tan in lähiiskal hutkan mulan tan lohkan.
Kiitos. Ennen järjestääkö? Musle, moni tietysti järjestää, tai just det kommentarer. Minä jo härjänän, alltså de sagasti, där järjestääkö lähkota Suomaan,
Lea, antakasi mun varra vajaltuhten tatsa tälle nuuko teattuhi tälle suoma ohpuplana. Suomasla ta orra ohpuplana valtiuvona nui mannajaki.
Ja tää ille tekar eronama Sami huo.
Suomasla okta ja seamma ohpuplana puohkaitte. Att toppe illa sirjuvona teli usti Samiitte sirra ohpuplana. Tällä puohkaitte seamma tahto ta huodustu sahla seamma. Tiedoske lähtee aunasi poktela tahkon takkar paikkalas ohpuplaanait. Ja taas talle lähtee tahkon maita ja saamelais ohpuplaana, mutta ta huodustu sahla puohkaitte seamma. Okteja seamma.
Just det, on tullut. Ja det var kommentaarille. Millä ei ole härjänän ollut alokeet ja ohpuplaana, minkä minä vastanin Sami vahvamalle, vahvahusmalle vai niin? Toni aina tanu.
In aina. Tähän nu stora velasvuoda mun mielestä kun taas lähtee ohpi kuuttachis. Ja ohpehti rollalla reutan tinnalakin että ohpehti pakada ja laitesta ohpit. Ja taas autsoa taas saatte ohpi parki hohtas ja ohpi lähtee aktiivat tieduu ohtsi. Ja mun mielestä tämä sulasta tämä nuolutaan Sami vuokia, että mun mielestä tällä veulas vuotta.
Kiitos. Mä saamaan kuulata.
Kiitos.
Missä snabbas kenkä? Unge. Täällä Sami tietäisi aikisalla tälle vuoriskirje, mutta me tiedän jo, että ei käynyt oman käsälössä. Lägg på det. Kiitos Pika Helena. Ja kun mä alkan parkata, että Pika Helenalle on mun vastaskollega. Ja, teemimalla viitaseko mun tälle Peritelle Juuso ja Maarit Manka ennotaka kieltää. Ja tää lokaldalan le mahtu projekta. Mobuhti tuolus tieto ja digitaliseeretaan. Pekki vuoden.
Kiihtuu puohkeja. Mulle tuotaisikin Pirhelle Juuso, Kaara Samonis, Kaija Antti Pirhelle. Ja
mun keslen fas heikkoululla maare makka. Ja mai parke saamekielä ohpa heitsin toppe eno takas, nuoraiskuulas enas, maittai loka hakas ja mun parkkaan vuolletaan siis maittaa. Ja maille ne outti tämän toppe takkar entä lihtee saamekielä ohpaustukkar, etnikielä ohpaustukkar prosehtako maattuut. Ja tämän valto sistolulle enotaka saamisoka ja orohakat. Ja tämä jurtta pulkkii esältes taasahte. Tälleko mun lohken pedagogiikka, lohken ohpahetsin. Lyhtsikos kuoktetuhat, jakis kuoktetuhat. No Asta Paltto ja Rauna Kuokkanen tuolla takkar lokaaltalla, takkar kurssa. Ja tälle numerkka sahti kursahte piaikoi muu juurtahalle aive odda uukikkuin. Tälle kun ta kursan neillä mallasi eemialmu tietuus. Ja mohta sahtaa auhkastalla hiitsas pirrasa tietuu ohpahusas. Ja mun alkkahin tälle parkemissa tälle akto postas karttaparkku tälle hui puoresaikasas seinistakkar, mutta idea lei semma komi miisle täällä. Ahte toppelei erinomas perustu mille outti tihtä jo tähän lakaspirrassa tietu. Ko enotakaa Sami maana ja tehdä Sami kaskasta valtoilahus lei potsotollu ja lei aina. Ja kun se johke maanas lei oktavuotta tasa, mutta man oluta tiihte taas. Man olu kirji muistalit. Ei nuu olu. Ja mi haalitit teettuhi tästä ja mun haalitin tälle kun alkkahin. Tämän tietu mille maanain ruohtus sokakaskas. Sähtäkön chaihita makkarleita min puoresaikasas versuuna. Tälle aiemmistoppel luokkaa seinniisi.
Täällä tahkon alle maankin jo tahkon tää karttaa vissiin.
Täällä vissiin jo 3 kartta. Ja taas le idean tahahteko le tietuske chalmustahti tän arpevirlas tiedu, mikauno, pirrasis, ruohtus ja sokakaskas. Piemä hopskulle.
Ja vielä tiehahti, täällähän maana, tähän johkaita, kun eskelei tiehakta lokaaltalliin muisteli, joppe ollaan siellä antaa, että siivel johkalle toppe pirraasis ja muistelan arpeverrulle, mutta täällähän miin maana, että johkai holle laitse toppe tiihtorikun ja tjukkohta niitäs fiehtofonna, että täällä tientaafuusmoihin alle purre janaasta tohko iäkäs sohkiesta.
No ja tämä että tuskehte kun laita telefoneja tässä sosiaalimedia teittänyt taapalas no ahte auhkastalla tämän tietuutan historia mille toppe pirrasis. Ja mun osle taas faarusta kartiina. Tälle okta chilkemahtontaan pirraa mun chaaja.
Mutta onhan tästä muistaa tien kollettien tahkaan niistä ahpi. Kun no tiesille tietysti tie hulmilla te johonkin ahpas no vaan iäkäs tuoutakin. Taas le ahpi teettään tämän kartiin iäkäs koulu namahusai. Toppele piistus ja auri, autsas ja auri. Mä olen toppe miin kiehtoruohtasa kouluus ja maittaa joppe miin kielteeraosi.
No ja tästä oleta verkkahahteli juoksa tiihtokoulussa.
No just, että tiihtokoulussa tämä tiihtokoulu namahusalle tiihtoferkkain testo. Ja vielä munnos mieltetään tämän permastesto kovat ja mohta oli tällä kun maarilla alkahan ja maatiakille ne tahkaan tokkar tuonjalaitsetesto on kaskaa soutol kun chaihenesto on pohtosamai tälle ne parkan taanjaki.
Taas tuskata Sami nammaa ja.
Taappele tuskele ta Sami namma puhkoille ta ahte mohtale teko saamalla cha iäkäs pakadallekin täällä kun manne fulkkilu saata he teko ohpaasnu vaan herraa kuului. Mutta tällä ei vielä taahahti mitä kai taakar kiehtäparkku. Pores kova. Tällä hietsä oppes kannen tei tällä vielä.
Merkkasi maannai.
Mai?
Olmu merkkasi hohtaa.
No just tälle tei hietsä fulkki te maittai tei kova ippak te ohpaasnu vaan teittä. Ja. Ne altaan jaki parkan te maittai. Tälle sama parkku mai tälle tahkana. Tälle järhallaan vaanemit. Soka olmui pirraasa servosa. Muistelu saihtele hotsun toppe tei iäkäs maattui mainasit. Feeraani historiallista ahpahusai. Tälle tällainen ohtsaan tei kovai. Mutta heille se skanne näike lamineeren tei. Mutta tälle pitsään takar tiihtori. Mille tämän digitaliseeren. Tämän jakille maittai valtaan faaru joko luudit ja mai kullui taas. Tämä iäkäs sokaa luudit. Päänjämärkät, tähälle taljuste mieltä taas, mutta tälle mai faaruus taas hiihahpean mun tämän outan puktiin mikä on Mutta tästä tämä aikki kohta tsukko tuotaskin tiihtori ja fiehtofonneihin mille tante afkaistellaan, että millä tahkaan teka rodva-aikaisessa outan puktima. Challaan tiihtorin, kievahan toppeteit programmait maita tahkaa veilotsan, ohtsan digitaalitsa saanit, tiedu ohtsan muduikki etsas tämän sokas, internehtäs. Tämmöille tahkaan feillais sirtaan, tammaihmi tarpeitte pahtaikki parkkuusmaittai. Palava vuorkkaikki ja vähän tahkille hiesaltas tjelkäs nuora ja velke. Mutta tälle maikkeja vähän taas. Ja Jova taalevel. Mitä taali?
No taale takkar alkuprojekta, kun musletse takkar vuostas nuppiluokkalatsat ja outoskuulalatsat. No tah maikalkehtaista ohsa sokaa kovaa ja tietysti tei huohkille vähän le kovahtus sieltä nammaa. Mutta talpeessa pehte farkkaa nyt siistiä luokkaa, mutta le pirrehellin parkan.
Joo.
Lilla te falte Joranalte kahvit te falte Jorpadalte online te falte Sverra elu johtala te falte
Katarina skum. Alla Sami kielti Sami oppuut. Samal Katarina Julia Sami oppatus.
Ja dat mili otto ai, tällä att mun kalkki kurssa, mia kurssa i skolan, kalkki perre orru Julia Sami kielai, I kalkka saakasti obbotaru kielau. Ja taatli stor autsimus munni ja wappita. Ja tjausja kauttan, mian lidi ohtasparkku Sami Allaskuvlan ja Sami språkcentrum. Ja mi chattatiima dat vuostas kurssa konno mi saakastiima päri Julia Sami kielellä. Dat oli dat vuostas paljon. Dat ilim tappatuvan vuonapielien ja ihka svieriekapielien. Ja wappikutti taavlokoi, ta wahtsui lokinan vitta wappuchuokka Allaskuvla chatta. Ja tästä tieton mun wappai etnakau. Mi sjovuima Allaskuvla wappuplanav ja silitä mirjata makka teema ja noukalkkaima atniet. Valla te puhutti kita kautta. Ja te Sami oppatus puhtas mirjati, että mi kalkema otokurssait atniet. Mi kalkema oannip-kurssait atniet. Mi oli logena 4 päiviä. Ja te mon ja muinali kollega, mi parkai Sami lahkai nuorta kielä, eli nuor kommunen. Mi alkima tietuon usutalla kok, mi kalkima tait otto kurssait tahkat. Ja tat mille tat otto vuokki tämän kurssa, mi tämän nammasada JSANJ, Julia Sami kielä alkukurssan jalmalas. Tälle jat Sami kielä oli pievitsata. Ja mian lidi otto neuvo, Tämä mun vuositi vuostak, dali akta app, mikä otsuta telagami. Mun usutalla mun hättu kolla olles sattuka. Mun hättu kommunisere saakasti siihen etjalahkai komaanai. För täällä appi mi ilim olles aikki skoulon. So mun aasai appait, tämä matikjätsät ja mun alki saali enepuude kuin sosiaala medias ja no. Ja appuneuvo, Julia Sami kielan ilmno etna appuneuvo. So mun huomai, kun muina oli tätä vuostaskursset vailui. Mun takka pahkulistai, atkalki alki appita, teemait. Mun takki pahku meitä tarpeita teemaita. Muaddat lakas takkar unna kirjatsa. Ja nubbila, että pahku, mun hättu ollut otto pahku haassa Julia Sami kielan. Ja tät miljo otto, että mikä me konkretiserit, vuositit. Ja olles rubmain parkka, tälli etna parkku. Tät ilimperi chokkoi saavut, pertikuoran. Ja nubbila at kiellä appa, grammatiikka, tät ilim tät mili ainas. Aina samus läättä appi kalkai tuosta saakastit. Ja tät kursa med millä ahtnam, kohtasin, liität njalmalaskiellä ja takkuit. Ja tali teko mulla jävlam väri kolmo vakkua. Ja teema, mun valji naav, että kalka arkapäiviä orrut teema. Att appi kalka juappat tapmetsi tarpei heiman. Muadda muu appi sian liji maana, keinata kalki kähtsäli samastit. Ja te hättui vatsu teema, eller arkapäiviä pahkui. Valla mun aitoptoi, että tää liji huappi, muuten tais liji nuorap muista. Ja mun toptoi, että mi tarpei kulttuuran, Julia Sami kulttuura ai elätit. Så mi parkaimme etna kulttuura-asien ai. Ipäde kielain. Ja tait otto neuvut me mun saakasti, mun valtita appa, tahki tuo telagami, tänne moni liekkunov esvuinnu filman. Men tänä ihkään kaunut otto, tällä appa iPhonea, mit mahte don valtiet. Ja digitala skanner, tällä puolella, för det kommer saakasti wappien. Etjan oppatit ja sjutjunaav. Ja sjala tabla, ja tuinali hartu appi vuosti. Täällä muinali digitala kamera, ja mun mahti fokuseri wappi. Ja kun mun sjali tätä ei voinni toppi, meitä muinali. Täällä tahki rekpuolella akta vuotta wappi ja muina. Ja tät mili ai, että otoneuvot mi anima kiellä tseppi ja li arpi tseppi. Vuoras ulmus, mi suovui miään. Ja mun valji semma ulmus valti. Tänne mun jakat wappisaddi jaskapu, kolla semmi ulmus. Ja vuorasi ulmus. Keina tamatti saakastit. Ja täällä mun kakapere vuosi madda tais. Muu. Kok mun pari.
Milip taihkepiedjam. Miaihku kakkit. Taihkai milipiedjam väetä jaafuis, rohka jaafuis, sirappas, saltis, tjahtis, jästas ja oljas. Sloppu, ton tarpaha monit, jaafuit, melkeä, saltit ja vuojav.
Teemon kähtseli täysielki viekkien tain lahkai. Että tuosta ei, muhtiema ei tuosta jobo jävla passa tälle passiet viimak.
Passat. Mon passav, ton passa, son passa, moi passin, toi passapihtiä, soi passapa, mi passap, tii passapihtit, si passi.
Ja teille puhuu. No kiehteli, mä ajattelin, että
Passiet. Mon passav, ton passa, son passa, moi passin, toi passiepihtiä, soi passiapa, mi passiep, tii passiepihtit, si passi.
Ja tää oli muodda tais teemais. Tää on ikävä ollut teema. Kun jakko oli pere 3 vahku, mun itse jahki, että mun kalkai happin no viikna teema i chatadit. Vällä, muina lidi pere kutta appia. Ja tat mä näin no ruva, mi tarpaimme otto. Ja mutti mun topto, että failui teema, so te mun laseti. Ja mi valtimme enemusat arkapäivistä teemait. Teku, Timariu voine pitää, teku päivi maanu, tolvu takanaasti, klakka, olku päivi miellä, topie, luontu ja vaikka meitä. Moni visa kaikka lohkot, maka teemai mieli atnaan. Ja meitä mulla huomaajam, tällä ikävä suotas ja ainas just piebmurusti. Ja te mun ai huomaaja, että lidin on nuora mattatais, että ilim kätsälam teku katsai porrot Oululla. So, kun muina litat kiellä tseppi, mili vielä vuora sabbu, muu ahtsia laavia. Te mi takaima taavia, taat mi voinui tuonna vuolleen, mi voinui teku junje. Te on alki kiettut, taat, kun son limaanna. Teili tat sias tohkusav. Tat li kuokkua, puhtsu kuokkui. Meitä valti ja maallisti ja te tohkajat oli takka luovas njunje. Ja tässä saattaa no puolria, för suina lidi no etna subsasa, muistelussa teko ilvoja. Meitä son kiettui kokli suumaana vuotan. Ja ta vatti no etnaka mun jahkau. Eli ta toptoi. Ja täällä ototahpia, meitä on täällä sääliä takovu. Täällä kurppia, nuorta saamita, tatilla no oto. Valla Julia saamikoulun ilana orromnov olluka millä tahkam taht. Men tän aihki kaikka siihti, kaikkalla kullam kurppi pirra. Ja temon usutalo, okei, mi tahkap tää. Ja mi oappaima pinna varjel saamia. Piebmu pirra, sian ligi maalia laippia ja tuovtaavia ellikaarin. Kutla orru muu viekki oppatid, se on mi voinu kovon. Se on mahtari etnaka varjel saami pirra ja nuorsta saami. Etnaka se on mahtaa. Ja se mi oto vuokkia. Te mun huomaajia, että olkupäivi, mi ei piäimän ollut aihkeita, että olkupäivin ja toimaita. Mä näin siisi ja alki kärlet mangel, tämän mangemuskurssan. Te mun huomaajat itse illa melkätä kalka olkuun ollut, kalka siisi manne kärletan pirra. Ja tät millä pinna etjalahka, kun parka oljesattukin. Just on parka maanain. Tomahti valti tievä, teko täällä teemali piktasa. Te luulu valtam tievä piktasa ja maana luulu mahtan kähtsälit ja tjaakngat ja soggot ja seggit. Valla oljesattuka ilrek usutalla, te sadda pinna me kaka jävla konstlat. Som on haasi tokkoit. Ja ta vatsuite nuollatit ja karvutit tokkoit, tanna ja takka plastiktokko. Ja Sami komi luontupirra. Parkkaimaan, millainen aihtai, mitä tavervuorka. Ja toppe kaavnoi tievä topografiska kartor ja te kaavnoi spela. Så ja Sami, mitä kaima teko tohpia moi Elinoran källarin. Attan pessi teko jähtsä vaatiamlanna, tsiekkav ja parkkalav. Ja tämä oli juoppa saalkursan, tälle jättäle porre tokkovdahka, tälle alkiep sähkästi tanchata. Valla te monus te poti näävät, te poti kaaran ulmustat kurssai. Ja te monus olemui. Koksla sunje tokkovtaakkat. Så det må mer että vataan paljon tavatui väljet just kalka juhtusa ja li tokkovtaakkat. Muhtima tahki kattuu ja li kermas ja muhtima tahka tokko. Ja kovonti voina pitää vahpi kota parkai. Te sian lidi taat lista. Ja taat makua folki. Tämä on valti jokka teemai. Jos kota lidi tahkantav tokkov ja li juhtusa. Komian lidi päivipirra. Teitä kaikki kiettu. Koassa tav. Kolja kahtulle riekkaata. Mäkkä piebmuis on liekku. Tai färti tjalli piebmulista. Jokka teemai mun valti. Tämän makua folkipirra. Ja mili puolre. Vappi tuostin alki hålla aarapu takkar kurssain. Komi pääre saamasti. Chattav illim obo. Tai ei vatsui taarustit. Ja no dat millä puolre. Tai läht mi ällati kulttuurav. Julia Sami kulttuurav. Komian lidi ellikaarin vekkien. Arbetsjeppi. Ta pesai kulla koklisko sonlimaanan ja siia äihkata siia aadjai ahkui. Ja mili porrai tali sada porre taadjatipmia. Ta alki ruva pu taadjati saamikielä oppi ko pere saakasta naav. Ja tat mili porre oli takkar oanjep kurssa. Tali alki oppi oadjuot. Tali olluka mi asta innaka saamikielä lohko jahkie pielle väli jahkie. Ja teli naava jatamatti pietnika oadju saamitigjes. Jos kalkaitaan kurssa lohkot. Ja puoremusta antaa tuo aiemmai. Oppihan tuosta ei saakasti. Ja tälle voinut näkiä te puorakit. Men tietyllä tinkamait lulumahtan puoretit. Teku puore på apponeuvo lulumahtan kauna. Ja Sami teku enepä oppi lulumahtan. Ja tali kaasiluahju oppi kaskanissa saamastit. Ja enep sviemme chaljet teku SMS ja e-mail, että mun lulumahtan oahju tai enepu chaljet. Ja tietyn tämä, että mun challistoriet optitimme oppatidjes. No, tällähän ne ovat mulla oppam juliasaamikielellä ja tatli stori auhtjemus. Komuina ilim kaikka pahku ja nubbi auhtjemus on, että mian illan ovetna pahku juliasaamikielellä. Komi kalkkaima chaljet, komian li riekkaatrin päivi ja kalkkaima chali pivtim kovo. Mun hettu kolmu ulmu siitä chalje rinki kok tokki. Meit mun kalkka kohtjuti poutehusle norsta sapmai. Meit mun kalkka taht leku pivtim kovo. Ja te lidje tai kiellä sieppiättu mun viehkedit. Så tiettu mahti puoredit valla tällä suottasorrum. Ja mun la aavun kolla pessam. Chattatita. Ja tati lulu mahtam mannat just ilim. Skoulu rektor lulu javlamat tahkit kähtsälihtit naav. Ja teille kiettu. Tali tahmei mun kalki kiettut. Ja te vatsu bitte det on kähtsä tai just la aktakmi sitä kähtsä kok mulla tahkam tai unna kirjatsa.
Olo kiito Katarina. Tälle vuodelle on päivänä. Tän otan. Se, misle aiki järjestää kaikkea. On saattaa adi kommentarer kostasta. On adi veivasvuoda järjestää julkaisemat saakka. Katarina, mun jolle kuullon luuvarkuviran ollut. Mutta ajattele, monin vihtoilun ajattele oppit vai studenter vai mokotsut.
Oppi,
Ja. Ja där är kärlen kiitos Katarina, nu vår lagidemme oftast vai sulli tekään.
Ja tätä optui tietyn puolin. No, koko mun jävli, mun kähtseli kovoi piedä muttin takia hashtaga Instagrama ja kähtseli, että ulmus kalki tietti tämän kurssa birra ja että ollu kalki enepu valki lohkot ja no. Ja te mulla tietyn te vatsum puolin respons ja tällä suottaste, kun mulla taihu appia mangel ei voi tällä saamasta. Ja tällä kaarselorun, tällä Tänään tähän muu laavi, raatnait, muhtiam tällä orrum, millä oppi orrum, tätille pere molsut kielä. Tätillä oppi mi puhta Amerikassa ja Suomas. Tälle ulmuutja meitä mulla dobtom. Ja tälle kassel orrum taihteen munje. Så tätä optui tietoon puolelle. Tämä oli ollesattu, kun muhtin lidi koktelok vitte ja muhtimahan lidi vittalok vitta tai kaskaan. Olles, ja.
Tämä letse tunne ohpasa, no mo siivasi heitti tämän ahteen, kalkaa molsu kielä saamistiko, alki saamisti tunne.
Mun jahkavta, mä annan jo alle, tää alki juuri Sami päivi, mä oli outo tää alki, mä lidi radiam kirje, reive taittaa. Että tiihti, että näyttää ja tällä puoremus laakki tahka, tällä puoremusat tahkat nau.
Älä voi fiinnistä, tai eikä videoita, että voi fiinnaa, koska niitä humai. Tahkiiko tämä ohpimaiteetiin vai kakko tuossa tonti?
Tällä nouvat mä olin ussutallemat ohpi aikalka tahkat, men tätika monisatta kuuhkas parkaat. Men saava, pohti aikai, te mahti noutahkat, appi eetsäälki lohko ja raadisisi.
Mun ei tiedä ihmettiin, kun mun rekka, mun paljon nukkuna sitten juhlasaami kelattiin. Niin, että tuossa ei lohpaas, leiku pussa. Anta oppi palkke.
Dokko, eller det var ju Elli där dokka dahka. Ja mun valjan että var ju att i kalki hehpa sadda. Koili deutuol mustan kurssas. Vuostaskursan millimme merran dokka dahka, men det mun kom var ju deutuol mus wappien. Det mun gjort så saitale hehpat. Ja mannen mille valjan den dokka eli Elli dahka, tänne tälle alki. Mun gjort se det ei tarpano privaatta orrut. Jos mun lyhtsy loukkaan takalki teku rekaan päivi pirra humma. Tälle saita muhtimi ihal ja etsäs ellimä no pirra. Mun tahkin tää, että no tavaatju valje just haalia hui privaatta orru tai just haalia tjehkadaan makkufolkki mahkas.
Oletko semmoinen se olisi ollut koko maanarkkuna, että jos tulee vaikka maalle hakkuutta luokkaa saatte maanarkku maalle, että tahketko olisi ollut semmoinen?
Joo, alltså toimme oppa bor. Moni jahki että kalkai no puorakit manna, men tämä manna ei ihkeva puorre.
I want to say thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm a Nipyak in Alaska, also Sami. And with the Nipyak, we have different dialects as well. And my dialect is like Lula Sami, and there's not very many speakers of it. And so I'm revitalizing. I have a grandson, and he knows me by my dialect of grandfather's of work, and other Nupiaq speakers in Nupiaq, they utilize the term adapta or apa. So I'm trying to revitalize it. There's not very many fluent speakers, but I'm doing it one word at a time. But I really appreciate, even if there's 6 students that are learning the Sami, I can totally empathize with, you know, the work that you're doing and really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Misle aiki, meillä vastaan siisa aiki, lähtään rähtä aiki. Mustu misle ju, ja nästa kohtelo minuuttia vielä. Mustu, mä oon kommentarer tai vähän.
Joo, huijoilla kiittää viime lokaltalla, missä mun iäslään maittain muhtumin täällä talvisaamikielä alkapuussa olmuitta ja just huijoilus miehtävän, että mun nakotan oadju tai olmuitta kun tuosta saamasti. Mun on laavet parakahahte, jos toppe lähtekär tatja vaikka uujosta, heitekär härkes olmuitta, taas lähtekär alla självma tai tekär vaattisvuota allekin puhumaan saamikielellä. Muoton laavet parakahahte, laavetko rohkas mahti tai
Mun kätselle nou tahka tietysti. Ja moni kätselle pagge tai ila paggoon. Mun kätselle valti muhtumiin. Että färte muodda haave päivä muodda paljon päivä saamasti. Vaan mun ei sitä, että kalkin nou paggoon. Ja Charlie, että ne akta vuotta. Charlie SMS-ä taittaa ja muuttiin valta taittaa. Nää aktu ja kettu taita ton läätseppi ja mun kätselle kettu kun mulla suoppam mun kätselle juokki taita ta laalossu ul mucha pohti jävla ton jävla poastu men alle perusta ton läätseppi ja ussu tällä takki mun jävli taita vappi no takkit este samasti just laaktak mi jävla tällä poasti no mun kätselle jävla ja kettu koktalla orro munji. Ajattat manna, tältähän voini, että moni chimaatti Julia saamikielellä ja täällä mun saattoi oppatidja. Ja mon jävla poastu, moni perusta tästä just saada poastu.
No, kui oli kiittele fiina vastaus ja just ollaan mun kuulla täällä tuslevekar empahtalas vuotta ja tekar sensitiivalas vuotta.
Ja mun käs.
Kui ollut vähkä.
Kiitos.
No, musle tal mon färte tai don också ja don vassa sunjesemme. Don färte sirdet du teka plusvälde.
Jaha, okei.
Tässä on lepitjan suu tällainen miinus, että tuu siitä niin mahtaa puhut saanut. Muhtu saitella just det med Adi, täällä on just kilkeä.
Jaa, tämä on niillä ussutta. Tämä on niillä
ussutta. Saatu pitää po... Siltä tuohon.
Kiitos.
Ollu kiitos.
Kiitos.
Tuossa kirjamme.
Kiitos.
No, minä olette siis aike. Sinun. Tämä märkäsä likka. Ehkä spietmoille naiveille, Boramusalle, Mallasalle, Vartepätjel, Tjetja, Tappe, Kantinas. Ja sen aikin tälle smaga konserta. Mä olen vajatuktan muistella tälle konserta. Muistu tälle. Olo kiitos. Kiitos tolkkaille. Tälle puolelle.
Jussi, joo, josta hiljahti tiimukeitys, mutta joo. Tällä siis taappitähtö porade. Joo, no mun fertimanna tuossa vitsimentaan lanjaa, kun topilja neskekiikki, kun mun puhuttu.
Okej.
Joo.
So I'll go check in the hotel.
Yeah, go and check in. I can drive you there. I have the car.
A moment, Tony, I could just walk there.
Yeah, but I saw you had the bag.
It's
I could drive you.
It's a small bag.
Okay, yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Self-sufficient.
No, listen, you can go and check in and come back. Yeah. Kalkan vi hjälta där? Måndagar där. Det. Ja, avslut.